Okay, so that how you doing?
Hello, everybody.
So that's a quorum right there.
Mr. Michelle is not going to be on tonight. It's his birthday, and he's
that's right. Let's give a shout out to Councilman Michelle. Happy birthday, Councilman.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, George.
Happy birthday, George.
So, we got Morelli and we have Mr. Berry. Mr. Berry, are you ready to record?
Yes, I am. You are recording now, Madam President.
All righty. Adequate notice of this meeting has been given in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act pursuant to Public Laws 1975, Chapter 231. This agenda is complete to the extent known and was sent to the Trenton Times and the Trentonian newspapers, posted on the first floor bulletin board in the City Hall, posted on the Trenton City's website, and filed in the clerk's office. Formal action will be taken. Roll call, Mr. Berry.
Mr. Blakely. Mr. Blakely. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Present.
Mr. Harrison.
Present.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Present.
Ms. Vaughn. Ms. Vaughn. Council President McBride.
President.
Almighty God, who holds the fate of man and nation, we most humbly beseech thee to bless this our city, these deliberations and these thy servants, that they may act with wisdom and understanding for the good of our community and the greater glory. Amen.
Amen.
Hi, how are you?
Who is that?
Good, I'm good.
We are on the call, and I'd like to call Mr. Ronald C. Lee, the Superintendent of the Board of Education. Before Mr. Lee starts, I just want to remind our public, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Berry. This meeting is being recorded. For those who have joined the meeting using the Microsoft Teams application, we ask you to mute yourself now by pressing the microphone icon located on your toolbar. This will help reduce feedback and background noise. At the appropriate time, and if you would like to make a comment, please click the hand icon to be recognized. Once you are recognized, please click the microphone icon to speak. At the conclusion of your comment, please click the hand icon to lower the hand and click the microphone icon to mute yourself. Those of you who have dialed into the meeting, please press *6 now to mute yourself. When it is the appropriate time to make comments, please unmute yourself by pressing *6. When you have concluded your statement, press *6 to mute yourself again. Please be reminded to be cordial and timely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is Mr. Lee? Are you on?
Mr. Who?
Mr. Lee?
Mr. Lee is from the Board of Education. He's on to do a presentation. Mr. Ronald C. Lee, Superintendent of Trenton Board of Education.
Do we have all the directors online?
Yes.
I'm actually present. This is Councilman Blakely.
Mr. Lee, can you unmute yourself?
I see Mr. Lee is on, but I don't know that he is listening.
Yeah, that's him.
Okay.
Are Wait a minute, let me see if I can. Mr. Lee, can you hear us? Mr. Lee? You have to unmute yourself, please.
Mr. Lee, if you put your cursor on the middle of the screen, you'll see a toolbar and you will see a microphone. Please click that to unmute yourself.
I don't think you can hear us either. There's Ms. Vaughn.
Hi, Mr. Berry. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, thank you.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
We're-
Good afternoon, Council President.
Yes, good afternoon, Councilwoman. So maybe we need to just move on to the minutes until, Mr. Thompson, can you work on the back to get the superintendent in on the call?
Madam President, if you can provide me his cell phone number, I'll call him.
I think that has to come from.
He's on. I see him. Ronald Lee, he's on.
Yeah, we can't hear him.
Because he's on mute. Tell him to unmute.
He can't hear us.
Council
Unmute.
President, are we going to do a roll call of the directors?
Yeah, while we wait for Mr. Lee to try to unmute himself, Mr. Berry, would you move forward?
Yes, I will. Mr. Cruz?
Present.
Colin Cherry?
Present.
Yoshi?
You have to speak up.
Yoshi Minelli? John Morelli?
Present.
Sheila A. Coley? Sheila A. Coley? Derek Sawyer?
Present.
Benjamin Delisle?
Present.
Shakir Abdul Ali?
Present. Mr. Lee is going to try to go back out and come back in. He could not hear anything. I have him on the phone.
Thank you. Wahib Anatari?
Present.
Maria Richardson?
Present.
David Smith?
Present.
Janet Schoenhouse?
Present.
Thank you.
And A. Kaloji is on the line.
Mr. Kaloji?
Present.
Okay. Madam President, you would like for me to move on to minutes for approval?
Yes, the minutes and the communications until Mr. Lee can work his way into the conference call.
Okay. Can I have a motion to approve May 7, 2020 regular meeting?
So moved.
Ms. Caldwell?
Second.
Second by Mr. Rodriguez. Mr. Blakely?
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn? Ms. Vaughn? Ms. Vaughn?
Yes.
Council President McBride?
Yes.
Communications and petitions have been issued to the clerk's office. Report from the clerk's office, city clerk's office submitting for approval a raffle application filed by Signal 22 to hold an off-premises 50-50 raffle on September 5th, 2020. Do we have Mr. Lee? I know he's trying. I can see him.
Okay, so we need to approve the communications and petitions.
Yes, please.
So moved.
Second, I have a second. Second by Mr. Rodriguez, moved by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Mrs. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
About it. They're all
Yes.
the back used to get in their way.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Way.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Has been approved. Thank you. The next up would be the ordinance. If you want to move into that ordinance, Ms. McBride.
So we have a report.
I just did the report. I can do it again.
Yeah. We didn't vote on the reports.
We voted on the report and the,
Yeah, we just,
Okay, together.
yeah, we voted on both of them.
I apologize.
no worries. I'm just looking for direction. Do we want to move into our second reading of the ordinance?
Yes, you can go ahead until he works his way in.
Okay. This will be the second reading of 2042. 20-42, an ordinance providing for the removal of remains from public view within the city of Trenton. This is the second reading and it is up for public hearing. I declare open a public hearing on this ordinance. The public can call in or address themselves. Please state your name, address for the record. You have up to 10 minutes to speak on this ordinance. Does anyone in the public want to speak to this ordinance? Is there a motion to close the public hearing on this ordinance?
So moved. So moved.
So moved by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Blakely?
We're on the vote now.
Yes.
I just, before I vote, I just wanted,
excuse me, I just want to close it.
oh, okay, thank you.
The public session.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I tried to unmute myself and I didn't. Pertaining to this ordinance 20-42, my name is Faith Ann Pearson. I live at 145 Sherman Avenue, and I'm wondering what you refer to as removal of remains. Is it the remains in certain cemeteries where they're being work done, or is this remains that is being done as roadkill animals or such?
This is for fatalities that happen on the streets of Trenton.
Thank you very much for clarifying. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that couldn't unmute themselves? Okay, I'm going to ask for, I have a motion by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. I'm going to ask for the second to close out the public session portion of this, please.
Second.
Second by Mr. Harrison. Mr. Blakely?
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn?
Yes.
Council President McBride?
Yes.
Is there a motion to adopt said ordinance and authorize publication as provided by law?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson, second by the Council President. Mr. Blakely?
Before I vote on this, I just want to thank the sponsor of this ordinance, Council President McBride, for this idea. I think this is a very timely ordinance and one that I support 100%. Thank you, Council President McBride, and my vote is yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
Yes.
Could somebody go check outside to make sure there's not a storm brewing?
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn?
Yes.
Council President?
Yes, I guess most of you missed that joke, but anytime Councilman Blakely says anything nice to me, I have to point it out for the community so they could make sure that they heard it.
Knock it off, Council President. You know that's not true.
This ordinance has been adopted, and I've got a phone ringing, and I'm not sure whether that's Mr. It's too late.
So can we find out where Mr. Lee is in getting in? Director Ali, is Mr. Lee in? Is he on the call?
He's definitely on the call. He can see us, but he cannot hear anything, and he can't unmute himself. Right now, he's getting ready to call Mr. Thompson. I see that Mr. Thompson gave him a number, so Mr. Thompson may be able to help him acquire functionality through the system.
Okay.
He has Teams, but he can't figure it out how to get on there.
So did you text Mr. Thompson his number, Director?
Yes. I gave him Mr. Thompson's number.
Okay, great.
Council President, he's on the phone right now with him. Just a minute, he's on the phone right now.
Okay.
We have him. He's giving him instructions right now.
Okay, so what is important about the superintendent coming on? Our colleague Councilman Rodriguez is the liaison to the Board of Education, and he asked the superintendent if he would come and do a presentation for the council so we would know exactly how they're going to roll out the new school year in September. So I think it's very important for us to get this information, and I'd like to thank our liaison, Councilman Rodriguez, for making this happen. That's just while we wait for Mr. Lee to try to get on. In the meantime, maybe you want to go ahead to the city clerk's office and then to get some of the things out of the way while we wait.
The only issue that I had was that, are we talking about the communications and petitions, Madam President?
You're on the resolutions that from the city clerk's office, I believe.
Yes, I am. I was going to ask your pleasure on, you have a number of roll call resolutions.
Okay.
Would you like me to start with the roll call resolutions first?
That would be good if everyone's in favor.
Okay, Resolution 20299, resolution authorizing the temporary current fund budget appropriations prior to the final adoption of the 2021 municipal budget of the City of Trenton, New Jersey.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Second.
Second by Mr. Harrison. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
This is 2299.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. It has to be roll call because it's an appropriation, I believe.
Yes. So now I'm asking appropriations for what?
It's appropriations for the prior to the final adoption of the FY 2021 municipal budget of the City of Trenton, New Jersey.
Current funds.
Resolution authorizing. Mr. Morelli, could you explain, or is Janet Shonahar on there to explain?
Yeah, and this is the temporary budget for the current fund so that we can spend money for the next 3 or 4 months before the budget's adopted. So it's given approval to put a temporary budget in place before the budget is, before we adopt a budget or introduce a budget.
But didn't we just finalize the budget for Oh, so what is this for the new fiscal year, 2021?
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay. All right, yes.
Yes.
President. Okay, I'm just told that our superintendent is ready, so I will stop it there.
And so make sure that you announce that resolution 20-299 has been passed.
Yes, I will. Mr. Lee?
Yes. I apologize for the technical difficulty. Obviously, you can see I'm technically challenged, but I can hear you now. I couldn't hear you before, so thank you. So first, let me thank the Councilman Rodriguez and the council for inviting me to your meeting. At the last board meeting, I did give a summary report, and so Councilman Rodriguez asked that I do so here. So
would you please, Superintendent, will you please identify yourself?
Oh, I'm sorry, Ronald Lee, Interim Superintendent of Trenton Public Schools.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'll just give a brief overview of where we are and how we ended the year. You know that this was a challenging end of the year. The school district, because of COVID-19 and in consultation with the city health officer on March 13th, Friday, March 13th, we made a decision because of the impending COVID situation to close the schools, and shortly thereafter on that weekend, Governor Murphy closed schools on March 18th. And obviously that was a closing that no school district was really prepared for, but we had to immediately go into a remote teaching and learning process. We started out by utilizing the tool of Google Classroom, as well as printing packets for students. We printed thousands of packets for students on our initial go-around, but shortly realized that in order for us to do this right, we needed to make sure that students obtained devices. So we shortly thereafter ordered 5,000 Chromebooks that we gave out to our students, and we also publicized the free internet service that was being offered by basically Comcast. Comcast at the time was offering free internet service for, I believe, 60 days. Subsequent to that, as the governor extended the school closures, they extended it to eventually June 30th. But we knew that we had to try to address the digital divide. So again, we ordered 5,000 Chromebooks. We were monitoring how many students were engaged through Google Chromebook. We ran reports weekly, and our report showed that approximately 90% of our students were logging on at one particular time during the week. However, we couldn't determine how much work they were actually doing. And so there were some lessons learned as we went forward. Again, we were anticipating that we would be opening up schools sometime during this past school year, but that did not pan out. And so we continued doing our, we copied less and less packets because we were giving out Chromebooks to our students. We communicated with our parents and students. I sent out a weekly letter via email, but I also sent home a weekly telephone blast updating parents as to what was going on when we were giving out food, where you can call to get Chromebook. We established the hotline, and we asked our principals to monitor the work that was going on. Was it perfect? No. Like I said, but we have learned from that, and I'll talk about what we're putting in place and what we're planning on now. Schools did have, at the end of the year, some schools had virtual or drive-by moving up ceremonies. I think the council has received invitations to, or at least hold the date for high school graduation. The high school graduation is planned for July 17th at Trenton Thunder Stadium. The graduation will be outdoors. Based on the governor's latest guidelines, the outdoor is limited to 500 people.
We're hoping, well, I don't know if he's going to extend that because, as you see around the country, the COVID-19 has been ticking up in many of the states, so I don't know if he's going to really increase that. But as of now, you're limited to 500 people. So we're planning 3 ceremonies for our graduates, and so the tickets will be limited. If that's July 17th, if it rains, I think the rain day, like the 19th or so of July. During the pandemic period in last quarter, we wanted to hold students harmless as best we could. We knew that some students had issues either with connectivity, either didn't have devices, or they may have had situations at home or family members getting sick. And so I asked the board to pass a policy for the 3rd and 4th marking period. So on June 10th, we devised a policy to where the policy, and I'll summarize the policy. So the lowest grade a student could receive in the 4th quarter for any assignment, project, homework, etc., was a 50. And we're looking at that maybe extending that 50 floor as a policy going forward. But again, we haven't presented that to the board because here's what happens. If a student gets a 0 on an assignment or a homework or a test, depending on how that's weighted, that student can possibly never ever pass that course, so students give up. But with the 50, although it's still a failing grade, they still have a possibility and still are engaged in the work because they know they have a possibility of passing the course. So we asked the board to set the floor at 50. Again, the intent was to hold students harmless, specifically during the COVID-19 period. To address the impact of COVID-19 on student work, students' end of the year grades was the greater of their work, cumulative work through the end of the 3rd quarter, because when we closed, we had about 2 weeks left in the 3rd quarter. So the cumulative grade through the end of the 3rd quarter as compared to their cumulative grade for the entire year, including the 4th quarter. So whatever was higher. So if a student was doing work through the end of the 3rd quarter, let's say their average was 75, their end of the year grade could have only have gone up. So if they did work and they did some great work during the 4th quarter and virtually, if their grade went up to 80, they received an 80 at the end of the year. But if their grade slipped because of whatever reasons, and we don't know specifically what those reasons may be, their end of the year grade was a 70, I think an example I just said 70, their end of the year was 70. So they could never get the lower of what their grade was as cumulative through the 3rd marking period. We just thought that was fair, trying to understand the circumstances of all of our students. Again, it could have been, they're taking care of their brothers and sisters or their siblings while their parents were working. And so we wanted to make sure that we took in consideration the situations that our students may be in. I do need to announce that the district gave no guidance to pass any students. If they didn't earn the passing grade, there was no guidance given to pass students. Whatever grades the students earned were the grades that they were given. I don't want to take up too much time, so I'm going to go through a lot of things. Due to the financial crisis and the result of the COVID-19 pandemic, we received, and all New Jersey school districts received a reduction in state aid. You may have read about it. So our original budget, and when we originally received our state aid, we received a nice increase of $19 million. That really gave us an opportunity to really put in some nice programming and some nice things for our students. But because of COVID-19, the governor had to revise state aid, and so we lost $13 million. So we had a net increase of $6 million. So we had to go back and rebalance our budget, and we also had to go back and reprioritize the things in our budget because we had to now address, if we were to open schools, what are the additional items that we needed to open schools. So some of the things that we had to take out of our budget, we were going to reopen Stokes Elementary schools. So the positions we were going to be K to 3, we were putting in a gifted and talented program there. We had to back that out. We had to defer that. We were going to hire a reading specialist throughout the district to address the reading levels of our students in K2 grades. We had to reduce the number of ELA and math specialists who historically worked with teachers and coached teachers. We eliminated the newly proposed secretarial positions. Several years ago, we reduced the number of secretaries. We were going to bring those secretary positions back, but because of the reductions, we had to now take those out. There were some other positions that we reduced. The health benefits associated with those new and eliminated positions were also taken out, along with some non-salary costs. But again, in addition to that, we had to budget additional things that we needed for COVID. So, for example, we had to hire an additional 40 custodians to assist with cleaning and wiping down hard surfaces for the year. So when we reopen, and I'll talk about our reopening plan. We're purchasing additional buses that we have both in the CARES Act and in the district budget, and I'll talk about the CARES Act. Additional cleaning supplies. We're putting up plexiglass now. We have put up, actually, plexiglass now in our schools, at our secretarials, at the common areas, in the offices, the security guard desks. We're putting up thermal heat reading devices, purchasing thermometers. So I'll talk about what we have in the CARES Act. So we received $4.7 million. So we had the reduction of $13 million, or a net increase of next year $6 million, but we also got an additional $4.7 in our CARES. And in our CARES funding, what we budget that for, so we did submit our application and it was approved. So we're purchasing and putting in, again, devices that will help us open our schools and additionally close the digital divide in the district. So thermal monitoring systems, detection system, handheld scanners for temperature, backpack for our custodians to sanitize our schools, the chemicals needed for that, face masks for both adults and children. We're ordering, I think, 450,000 masks for the adults and 300,000 for the students. We are going to be asking students to be, for parents to send them to school with masks. And I'll talk about the new executive summary and the road back that was issued by the governor last Friday. We bought face shields, so our teachers will have masks and face shields. Gloves, we're putting up signage. Again, I talked about plexiglass. PD for our staff to better give them better tools to teach virtually as we prepare our models for next year. And summer school. We are having summer school, virtual summer school. We have over 1,000 students in our ELA math and STEM program that we're offering. In addition to that, I don't know if you heard about our early college model. We created an early college model at Trenton Central High School where students can, starting in 9th grade, so this is the first cohort we'll have. When they graduate from high school, they can have both their high school diploma and associate's degree. And that's in partnership with Mercer County College. They will have a summer bridge program this summer. Some of our middle schools are also running a virtual summer school as well as 9th grade academy. They're dealing with literacy and basically utilizing the tool of Systems 44 and Read 180. But in addition to the 4.6, which was not enough to address our needs at our schools for preparing for COVID, we ordered 1,200 additional Chromebooks, so we are ordering additional Chromebooks. I talked about the part-time custodians. We are hiring additional nurses services, so we have to have someone who can assist with taking the temperatures of everybody coming in the building, and those who are over the 100 degrees, what do we do with them? There will be placing them in a room until the nurse can assist to determine, what necessary actions are taken. The other thing that we're doing is as we attempt to close the digital divide, is we'll be placing some devices on all of our schools that will provide internet service in a closed internet network to basically cover the whole entire city of Trenton. And when I say that is each device, as we're told, has about a half-mile radius, and we'll be putting these devices on our schools. And so our students will be able to log on. We will control who can log on to that network. They'll be able to log on and have access to the internet. And so as we look at closing that divide, and also we are also purchasing some hotspots for students if they cannot get on to that digital divide. I said I know I'm a little long here, so I'm going to talk about our reopening plan. So we established a reopening committee on May 29th. We've been meeting twice a week as a whole committee and then subdivided into subcommittees. We were doing that prior to Governor Murphy's guidance. But once we got his guidance, we were well on the way with our plan, and we hope to have our plan at least in draft form, hopefully by mid-July. We are under requirement to inform the community as to what we're going to do 4 weeks before school opens. But our subcommittees are as follows: governance, instruction, operations, technology, wellness, community stakeholders. I've been meeting with community stakeholders to determine what are the available spaces when students, and I'll talk about our scenario, when students are not in school. Do you have space available to provide a safe location for them to learn? And so that's been a very interesting committee because, if we're going to provide the services and instruction to our students, we're going to need all hands on deck. And so it's not just going to be the school system solving the issue, but many of our parents will need childcare. And so we're asking our community stakeholders who can provide childcare for that. And then we also have a committee for our parents, and we will be establishing a committee to meet with students. So we have 3 scenarios that you can really look at as far as a reopening, and they are kind of talked about in the governor's plan. That's totally remote, which is basically how we've been doing since post-COVID. The other is obviously pre-COVID. All the students come back, but that is very unlikely. And then a hybrid. And the hybrid is because of the social distancing requirements of 6 feet, basically every classroom in the country, if you have the 6 foot social distancing, has been cut in half. So a classroom where you used to be able to have 24 kids in, you can basically only have 10 to 12. And so that means that not all students can come. We are developing what our hybrid would look like. What's on the table now for us is an A-B schedule where half the students come in on a particular day and the other half comes in on another, while those who are working remotely, they will be provided with instruction and or project-based learning to work on while they are not in school. And so those are basically the 3 scenarios. And if you look at the governor's guidelines, they're even talked about scenarios where, students go 1 week and they're off a week, but we're not looking at weekly schedules. We're looking at daily schedules. And so we are looking at, and we must address the social and emotional needs of our students. We are going to assess students when they come back to see where they are and see what the learning loss has been and see how much we have to reteach. And so we are putting that in place. And like I said, we're putting in professional development to deal with all those things. Last thing, I know I've been long, we are doing registration we have started in July 1st. The COVID environment has forced us to bring up our technology to current status. And so registration now is online, which it wasn't before. It was strictly paper before. So now parents can go online and register. But they still are required to bring in original birth certificates, proof of residency and immunization records. That should really shorten the registration process, and so we are doing that. And as you may have known, we started our strategic plan process early in the year. We hired a demographer. Those things have been put on hold, but we hope to bring that back up soon. So I know I've been long. I'm ready to, if you have any questions, I'm open for questions and concerns. So excuse me for my length, but there's a lot to talk about. Come back if you want me to come. I'll always come. So I will definitely send me the invitation and I'll be here.
We'll be inviting you, no problem.
Okay.
So, Superintendent, I had one question. This is Councilwoman McBride.
Yes, ma'am.
My question was, what about, I didn't hear the plan as far as the children with disabilities. What is in place for those children with disabilities? Because I didn't hear that in the conversation.
I didn't talk a lot of specifics about plans. So here's what we're looking at. We know that those classrooms where we can, which are smaller, so a lot of our students with IEPs, we're looking to bring those kids in every day where we can. So as long as we can social distance and put them in the room, which we think with a lot of our, specifically our self-contained classrooms, we can do that. So we are looking to, so those students and some students in some of our other programs where the classrooms had been historically small, they will come in every day and not, every other day. My special ed department is developing additional resources and plans on how do we address the needs or better address the needs of students with IEPs and provide those services that weren't provided, that were required. They will not lose those hours. We will make up those hours. Oh, I forgot. We are running the summer program, the ESY program as well for our students with special needs. So they are attending our virtual summer school as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Is there any more questions for the superintendent?
And again, I apologize for technical difficulty in the beginning.
That's okay. And
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Lee, this is Councilman Harrison. You said the 3 groups for graduation. What are the times and how much are the tickets?
Well, there's no cost for the tickets, but the times, we can get you that. Well, let me ask, because I thought it did go. Did you receive a letter to hold the date? For the council?
Not that I can recall.
Because I saw the letter that the principal sent out, and she sent that out about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago.
No, we have not got it. Yeah.
Okay. I'll reach out. I'll reach out.
But
I thought it was
the affirmative, the date, the tentative date is locked in July 17th, right?
Yes.
And that's at the Trenton Thunder Park?
Yes.
Okay. All
The
right.
first graduation is around 8:30. Don't hold it to me, but we'll get that information to you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for coming, Superintendent. We appreciate
anytime you need to come,
your presentation, and we look forward to seeing you in the early part of September.
Thank you.
All righty. Have a blessed evening and have a good holiday.
Okay, same to you.
All righty.
Madam President?
Yes. Yes, Councilman.
All we have is one meeting today, and I would like to know, I don't know which ones of the resolutions have been roll call. Want to know if Mr. Berry can mention, because we skip a couple of ones that are the first 2 ones I like to be roll call, 297 and 298. I mean, 297 and 300, I like to be recalled. Roll call.
We didn't get to, I don't think we got to any of those yet.
No, we didn't, Madam President. We didn't.
We voted on 299 already.
Yes.
Well, can we get, can you call the numbers so I could check them out here in my list? Because otherwise, how am I going to know if it's going to be roll call or not?
Yes, I will. I will.
Okay.
There were, but you skipped 297 and 298 though. Any reason for that?
Yeah, I was only calling the roll call resolutions.
Oh, I see. Okay, very good.
Okay, and I'll remind it after we go into public and come
Yeah,
back.
but I guess at the end of the roll call, the 297 and 298 and 2300, Councilman Rodriguez just mentioned that he wants those roll calls. So we don't want to get to the end of your group and then we do a consent vote and then we don't get to go back.
I'm marking 297 and 298 right now for roll call.
And 2300.
And 300.
Did you say 300?
Yes.
Okay.
I also have 314. I don't know if that is on the list. That's in the next page. 314 and 319.
Okay.
And 319.
319 is on the list.
Okay.
Okay, so could you call the list out for everyone, the roll call list out, please?
Yes, I can do that. Let's go back so that we know. Starting with the 299, we've already passed. The 2300 will be roll call. The 2257 will be roll call. The 2304, 2305, 2311, 2313, 2314, 2316, 2317, 2318, 2319, 2326, 2323, 2324, 2325.
1 second, go back. Can you roll call 2321?
Okay.
2321.
2321. Okay.
Yeah, this is the council meeting.
And 2322.
2322. Okay.
I don't know what that is.
Next roll call would be 2342. And then the one ordinance would be 2043. Does everybody have it?
Yep.
Okay. So, can I move on, Madam President?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay. I'd like to open up for public comment. Can I get a motion to open up to the public?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson, second by Mr. Harrison. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
I just want to say one thing. I think it would be fair and prudent to, just as a matter of best practices, we've done it prior. I mean, I don't know, but I just know that in prior years, everybody kind of, the city, the residents and taxpayers was informed when the law department was renewing the contracts for our retained attorney population. And I just want folks to know, I don't know who can make that announcement, maybe perhaps the law department, to make a summary and aggregate as to the process and the rationale for the group of attorneys that he's retaining for the fiscal year. because it's a a big lift, and it's at least 21 law firms that we are retaining for a total and aggregate of 1.1 million. So if anybody from the law department just can speak to those 21 resolutions, just to give a summary of, again, your rationale as to why this particular group and for the fiscal year 2021.
Yes, that can occur after the public has the opportunity to speak. So the vote to you, Councilwoman, was to allow the public to speak on the new business.
Yeah, so I guess what my question is, Council President, is how do we roll call all the 21? I don't know if that's necessary, but I think if we just throw every single one of them to consent agenda, it kind of doesn't give transparency as to the contracts that are being established in the law department.
Right, and I understand your point. You're very clear with your point, but we still have to allow the public comment.
Okay, yes, and my vote is yes.
Yeah, okay, yes. Councilman McBride?
Yes.
Before we go into open, I would like to remind the public, Mr. Thompson will give us detailed instructions again on how you can get in to speak.
Okay, just as a reminder, this meeting is being recorded. For those who have joined the meeting using the Microsoft Teams application, we ask you to mute yourself now by pressing the microphone icon located on your toolbar. This will help reduce feedback and background noise. At the appropriate time, and if you would like to make a comment, please click the hand icon to be recognized. Once you are recognized, please click the microphone icon to speak. At the conclusion of your comment, please click the hand icon to lower the hand and click the microphone icon to mute yourself. For those of you who have dialed into the meeting, please press *6 to mute yourself now. When it is the appropriate time to make comments, please unmute yourself by pressing *6. When you have concluded your statement, press *6 to mute yourself. Please be cordial and be cognizant of the time allotted.
Thank you. Please, when you check in, please state your name and address for the record. You have up to 10 minutes to speak. You see him?
Oh, yeah.
Lydia, are you there?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
You're very, very low, Lydia. Could you speak up for us, please?
Sure can. No problem. Is that better?
Yes, it is. Much better.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. My name is Lydia Thornton, 1219 West State Street. And my comment was actually really simple. I'm glad that you guys all have your agendas and everything. They were not put up and are still not up on the site under the City Council regular meetings for today. And so I would just, humbly request that in the future, we, as the public, have an opportunity to see the agenda and docket so we know what we can comment on and what's being voted on. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Right, and I apologize for that. Normally, it goes out on Friday. It's always posted and sent out, and I offer my apology for that.
No problem. Thank you. I just wanted to make mention of it.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Okay. One more minute to unmute yourself if you're trying to unmute. Can I have a motion to close public session?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Can I have a second?
Second.
Second by President McBride. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
President McBride.
Yes. Mr. Berry,
Yes.
can we ask Mr. Morelli to speak to what the councilwoman from the West Ward asked about in reference to the resolutions that are on the docket for the law department?
Sure.
Mr. Morelli, would you like to speak to that, please?
Certainly. Can you hear me? Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Vaughn, what we did, I provided a detailed memo, and I'll give you a summary of that memo. And I just wanted to note that all the amounts that we're seeking here are what we call up to amounts. It means that that's the maximum amount of the contract, and if we need more funds, we'll come back and ask council for additional funds. We hopefully will not spend the full amount of all these funds. But you asked about the selection process. And the selection depends on the type of matter, the prior experience of the law firm, our needs. For example, right now, I'm aware of a certain litigation that's going on, and there is a need for a counsel for yourself for Mr. Valente, so he's on the list, or Mr. Elnardo Webster, so he's on the list. There was I added Mr. Kaloji to the list because council was pleased with his performance. I quite honestly thought he was very well qualified, and certainly I took the feelings of council into consideration. But in looking at all of the matters, we had score sheets that we graded, and we looked at the expertise of the individual firm, the type of matters that we had pending, and I will give you a copy of the detailed memo, but it has all those things in it. For example, we have two major areas that I'm concerned about for the upcoming year. One is the Art All Night litigation, and in the memo I detailed all the cases that have been filed. And that is an area that I have a particular area of expertise because I practiced in the defense area of civil rights claims and claims against municipalities for close to 40 years of my career. And I also am a certified civil trial attorney. So I not only use that experience, but a lot of these people were people that I litigated with and against. And I also relied on the experience of my staff. Speaking of the staff, you will note that we did accept the recommendations last year of the council. We added two other people to the law department, and that hopefully will cut down on the need for some of the outside counsel. But again, it's balanced by the fact that we've got a lot of new claims with Art All Night, and of course the DEP litigation. The DEP litigation, we looked at the experience of outside counsel. I actually sought comments from every member of council on the issue of who to select, and quite honestly, Ms. Vaughn, you were the only one to reply. One of the persons had, one of these firms had a conflict, and that was a very difficult situation because a lot of the firms we looked at did have conflicts. And I took both of your responses and recommendations into consideration, and that is being used as a criteria to in one of the selections with Mr. DeHope of Riker Danzig. So we take all of the, and I'm giving you an overview of the memo, but the memo actually lists all of the cases that we have in litigation, what firms are presently handling them. Attached to the memo also is a listing of the amount of money that we spent on outside counsel fees over the last 3 years. and you will see a steady decline in what we have spent over the last 3 years. And there's a printout in the memo that shows you the calendar year 2020, 2019, and then the 2018. And we have steadily gone down each year, and we hope to do the same this year. Art All Night may hurt us in that regard. The DEP may hurt us in that regard, but we'll see. The thing that I look for above all is experience. Can they do the job? It doesn't matter to me who we get, as long as they're competent, qualified, and will defend the city and do so at a reasonable price. We also look at our prior experience with their billing. There are firms that are no longer on the list that I've had problems with their excessive billing in years past. We have a great program right now called Simply Legal that allows us to make adjustments and allows us to reduce matters when we find excessive billings. It allows us to, for instance, even such things as a reimbursement for copying fees. We have guidelines, and the firms have to follow those guidelines. And if we see someone charging us 25 cents a copy when the guidelines call for 8 cents a copy, we can adjust that in Simply Legal. So that program, what happens, it goes through 3 steps of approval with our staff. We have an initial attorney review, then it goes to our office manager, and then it goes to me. So there's 3 levels of approval before the bill gets paid. And the prior experience with a firm and their billing and able to do the job and do it economically is really, really important to us. But the result is also important. So we look at all those factors. And as I said, I've got a list of the active cases being handled right now. That's important to keep that continuity, because if we have a very large case, for instance, coming up for trial in the year 2021, that might have come up for trial in the fall of 2020, it doesn't make sense to switch the law firm, because then the new law firm is just going to bill us a tremendous number of hours to catch up. And I'm very mindful of wasted effort. So if the law firm has been doing a good job, and we ask for status reports, and we look at those status reports very carefully, not only do we look at the status reports, but they go to our third-party administrator, who looks at them, and they monitor our billing as well. And then they go to our excess carrier in case there's going to be a situation that we're going to exceed our $500,000 limit on our coverage. And we take our coverage, we cover the first $500,000. That includes attorney's fees. So we look at all those factors. And like I said, we've taken into account the needs of City Council as well. And City Council has some needs, and we're trying to meet those needs as well. We look at the needs of the administration. For instance, there's contract negotiations.
There's a lot of interference.
I'm sorry?
There's a lot of interference.
Okay.
It's coming from Morelli.
Is it?
Yes.
Really? I have nothing going on here. I'm just
there.
Okay. But I can provide you with a detailed memo. I did provide it to Mrs. McBride. I did give her and I did communicate with her as we were going through this. I do not think it's a process that should be avoided. I think that council should participate, that the administration should participate. We look at who has saved the city money, and I'll answer any other questions that you'd like.
Mr. Morelli, excuse me, but there's someone that has not muted themselves, and they're talking while you're talking. That's not bad.
Some people have told me that's a good thing.
So, Mr. Morelli, could you speak to the reason that all of the contracts are on this particular docket? Could you speak to that?
Yes, because our contracts go from July 1st to June 30th. So we were trying to get them all on for the continuity of cases. And that's the reason. And we had to get them all approved by the DCA. And we had to evaluate the RFPs, which are tremendously complex and difficult. It takes a while to go through them. So typically we put them out in April. We evaluate them as soon as we can when they come in May, and then we submit them to the DCA for approvals. And we're literally just getting all of our approvals in the last 24 to 48 hours from the DCA. And I also solicited input from City Council. And I was taking all of this into consideration in terms of evaluating these law firms.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
No, I thank you very much, Mr. Morelli, and I think that explains. That's a good explanation. It gives full visibility and to the residents and the taxpayers of the city as to why we have these items on the docket for this fiscal year. And regarding the letter, the memo, is that available to the public, Mr. Morelli?
It is an attorney-client privilege document, but you are the client. And if you decide you want to make it public, you can make it public. I will remove anything that contains strategy or confidential information that I don't want to go to the public, but I tried to draft it in such a way so I would not disclose any private or privileged matters. I just want to go through it once more to make sure there's nothing in there that would be inappropriate to get out, but I think I could make that available if you would like.
Yeah, the only reason, just in case we get inquiry or queries from the public and they want to know some more detail, I can get that information over to them readily. Thank you.
I'd be happy to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Morelli.
All right.
Mr. Berry, would you continue with the roll call
Yes.
items?
It's we're at 2297, resolution to approve temporary consulting agreement between the City of Trenton and former City Clerk Dwayne M. Harris.
I have a question on that, Mr. Albright.
Yes, go right ahead, Councilman.
I'd like to know what's going on, why we have to pay Mr. Harris. He left already, he left the city. Why do we have to pay him $50 an hour? You know, whose idea is that, where it came from? Who's going to pay for it? What? Where's the money going to come from?
Can I answer that, Mr. Santiago? Can I answer? This is John Morelli. When we were appointing Mr. Berry, when you were appointing Mr. Berry temporarily, the DCA was concerned that we had an election coming up on July 7th, and it was a rather complicated matter, especially for Mr. Berry, who's not served as a clerk before. So it was a recommendation that they made to have Mr. Harris just available as a consultant if needed. We originally drafted it for a longer period of time, and now it's just for 2 days, the day of the election and the day after. And quite honestly, Mr. Berry has performed admirably, and we probably will not need to pay Mr. Harris anything. I do appreciate Mr. Harris being willing to do so and satisfying the DCA and allowing us to get him into that position in acting capacity. But this, quite honestly, is really a formality at this point because we did make that agreement with the DCA. And I will tell you, there's probably a 90% chance that we will not use Mr. Harris's services at all.
So, Mr. Morelli, I would just like to point out to the council that Mr. Berry and Lourdes did everything that the county has set forth for them to do in this particular election. They selected all of the polling places. They actually made sure that the machines were all dropped off at the sites that they're going to, at the polling places that they selected, the 16 polling places. They actually had approximately 4 sessions with the county in reference to the date of election. And so they have followed the guidelines of the county up to the last, to the letter. And so I would just like to say that to the other council members. And I also would like to take this time to thank the county for working so closely with the clerk's office and getting us to this point. But they have did a very good job, Lourdes and Mr. Berry.
Why not pulling this resolution?
Because it was a stipulation with the state. DCA basically demanded it.
Let's go for the vote.
Mm-hmm.
Do I have a motion? You ready?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a motion?
So moved. Yes.
Motion made by
Second.
Mr. Blakely, second by Mr. Harrison. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Having trouble unmuting. Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
No.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
President McBride.
Yes.
Is Ms. Caldwell-Wilson back on? Mr. Harrison, you have some background. Thank you. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson, are you there? We have 3 yes and 2 no so far.
The resolution has failed.
Failed. Resolution 20-298. Resolution authorizing transfers to be made by the Director of Finance of the FY 2020 appropriations.
There's just a lot of background noise going on. I don't know who is not muting themselves doing the business of the city.
Somebody's got their speaker up or something. We're getting feedback.
I muted everybody.
And everybody's been muted from here. Okay. 20-298. Resolution authorizing transfers to be made by the Director of Finance of the FY 2020 appropriations. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Moved by Mr. Blakely. Second.
Second.
Second by Madam President. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Council President,
Oh, there you are.
Council President,
I have a question.
Yes.
Council President, this is Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson. Hello?
Yes. Yes.
I've been, someone keeps putting me on mute and then I got cut off. So if they didn't get my vote in the last one, I voted yes.
For which one was that? For the
consulting.
297.
297.
297.
Yeah.
What's your vote, ma'am?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So that's 4-2 now.
I think you have to call that vote again because it was considered failed.
Yeah.
So I would recommend that you roll call that again so that we can just get a proper vote.
No, I don't think you don't have to call it again.
But you called.
But let me ask Mr. Kaloji. Mr. Kaloji is on the line. Mr. Kaloji? Hello? Is Mr. Kaloji muted?
He's dialing in. I don't know its last digits.
Mr. Kaloji's here.
There he is. Okay.
Mr. Kaloji, the question is for 20-297, a resolution to approve a temporary consulting agreement between the city of Trenton and the former city clerk, Dwayne Harris, for election day for the 7th and for the 8th. It failed. Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson said that she was out of the call. So once it failed, what do we do?
Well, it's a unique situation because we've never had.
I was actually on the call. Nobody could hear me because I kept muting me.
I mean, the safest way so there's never an issue is to just retake the vote, and then there'll never be a problem with it.
Okay. Roll call for 297.
So do you want to place for the record while you're retaking this vote?
Edward Kaloji, the only reason I'm recommending the vote be retaken is a very unique situation. Usually a council person is not in the room or has left the meeting. It's nothing like that. Councilman Caldwell-Wilson was present, but she literally couldn't be heard because of whatever electronic situation exists. So we're going to have to just put a common sense resolution to it.
So so we can just move forward with the revote?
Yeah, I would say just take a revote on the same resolution, and hopefully everything will be done.
Okay, for the record, we're revoting on 297, resolution to approve temporary consulting agreement between the city of Trenton and the former city clerk, Dwayne M. Harris. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson, second by Mr. Harrison. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
No.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
And Council President.
Yes.
This resolution has been passed by 4-2. Okay, I gotta change that passed.
Thank you.
Okay, resolution 20-300. Excuse me. Yeah. I've got to back up. Resolution 20-298. Resolution authorizing transfers to be made by the Director of Finance of the FY 2020 appropriations.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Wilson, second by Mr. Harrison. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
I have a question about this one.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Vaughn.
Yes, I have a question. Don't we have any time for comments here? Anyways, before my vote, I just wanted B.A. Cruz, if he's on the line, I see the transfers, and I wanted his comment on the recreation, the three that's part of the Department of Recreation.
Okay.
There's one for $25,000, and it looks like there's two for 100, so it's all together $225,000.
Yes. So when if you look, the SW stands for salaries and wages. The other one is operating expenses, And the other one is maintenance and natural resources operating expenses as well. When we were doing when we were finalizing the budget, the 2020 budget, we took money from these two accounts to submit the balanced budget. However, when we did, inadvertently took additional funding from recreations that they needed for two programs that they have going on to close the 2020 fiscal year, which pretty much ended 2 years ago. So that's the reason why we are putting this money back into those accounts.
Okay. And I'm sorry, Mr. Cruz, before you, I'm sorry.
Yes.
What programs were they for? Do you know offhand, or is Ms. Richardson on the line? Does she know what programs is this money being allocated to, transferred back into? Which programs?
So the first one is, so the salaries and wages is self-explanatory. Operating expenses, I don't have the actual line where it was taken from. This is just a general line. I'm not sure if Janet has recollection as to.
I'm sorry.
Maria?
Yes, I'm sorry. This is Maria
Okay.
Richardson. I was not able to unmute myself quickly.
Okay.
Yes, basically this is for projects that we have already started for maintenance, and that is for mulch and for safe surfaces for playground equipment that we are already engaging in doing, but because we needed to wait until this time of the year, the money was basically closed down, and I have to request it back to be able to meet obligations of the department.
So the $100,000 in recreation maintenance and natural resources, that's for playground resurfacing, and the recreation recreation one is another $100,000 is also for
yes,
surface.
It's maintenance of facilities and parks.
You just said for playground resurfacing.
Exactly, but that is maintenance. That is part of maintenance of the playground equipment.
Mm-hmm. Is that being done by a contracting outside vendor or internally of our Public Works Department?
Well, Public Works is a different department than Recreation.
No, what I'm asking is this work, that the resurfacing of our playgrounds and our public parks, can this work be done by our Public Works Department in-house as opposed to, I mean, I don't know, which one are you, who's doing the work, in-house or outside?
Well, the mulch, we need to buy it from vendors, right? And I have 3 staff.
Well, all right, let me just be clear. Mulch is a supply, it's a product, but who's doing the labor cost? Is that?
Some of it, it's being done by the employees of the department, but again, I have 3 employees that do maintenance in my department. So it is difficult to work in 23 playgrounds that need new safety surface with 3 employees that are also doing 63 parks.
So all the work for your department, I mean, it's not, I mean, I'll review this later, is all outsourced?
Not all of it. My staff tries to do as much as possible, and we are in the process of hiring some folks to help with that. But the load of the department is extremely great compared to the amount of staff that the department has. So
since you're short of resources, labor resources to do the work, so you have no choice but to outsource.
Sometimes we outsource, but again, we try to do as much as we can with the staff that we already have, and also Public Works sometimes helps with staffing needs.
Yeah. So
yes,
because the line item salary and wages go to in-house resources, right? The line item for the $200,000 goes to outside, right?
Some of it, because it's to purchase supplies and materials, but the staffing item is for seasonals. So those are people that we actually hire to do the work for the season. Not permanent employees for the most part, but we employ seasonals in the summer and the beginning of the fall.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Madam President? Yes. Is it a yes vote?
Did she vote?
My answer is no.
Madam President?
Yes.
This resolution is passed 5-1. Second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Harrison. Mr. Blakely?
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
No.
Ms. Vaughn?
Hold on.
Again, is someone from, Business Administrator Cruz kind of speak to this for the public so we understand why the opening exists and who will be the individual performing these duties in an acting capacity, and what the time frame is, and do we have an open requisition out to recruit someone for this role?
Yes, Madam President, Adam Cruz, Business Administrator. The resolution is consenting the appointment of acting director for the Department of Finance for the city of Trenton. The city has actually been completely engaged in recruitment since September of last year. From the moment that we heard that with the former director was looking to exit the city, and we started doing some research. This is actually like our fourth search for the director of finance, and the times that we have advertised it on various sites, including the New Jersey League of Municipalities, we received only one resume that was from somebody that was from the outside and not necessarily with any municipal experience. This is now, for the last 3 months, we have consistently, every time that it expires and we get no one, we put it out again. We did, last week, we did some modifications to the job description to see if maybe that would attract attention once again, but we're having a really tough time getting someone. We have been very fortunate to have Janice Schoenhart to step up and assist us, even though she was due to retire some months back, and she has been a trooper to us in us sticking around until we can find someone to fill the position. So Ms. Schoenhart is actually the acting. Currently, her 90 days of appointment from when the mayor first originally appointed her is coming up, and we don't want to have a gap in between, being that we only have one meeting in the month of July.
Mm-hmm. So this is for the CFO role?
For the director of finance, yes. But the director of finance, and she happens to be a CFO.
There are two. I thought they were, maybe I'm mistaken. I thought the director of finance and the CFO were two different roles.
But she's stepping up in the acting capacity. She is our CFO, but she will step up in her acting capacity as director.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Your vote, Madam Vaughn?
Yes.
Madam President? Madam President?
Yeah, I was just trying to determine when Mr. Cruz said that they had been advertising for this particular position, and I was just trying to determine how wide the search went for this particular job.
It's been, I believe it's 3 locations, Madam President, where normally municipalities put up their help wanted, and including the New Jersey League of Municipalities. We have tried to reach out to our personal contacts. Ron Solinsky was actually an instructor, a professor with Rutgers University for many, many years. And he too went and reached out personally to individuals in the field. And I think everyone has pretty much been actively looking for someone, but unfortunately to no avail.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Cruz. My vote is yes.
2300 has passed. The next resolution is 2257. The resolution authorizing the City of Trenton's Department of Health and Human Services to enter into a 1-year agreement with the Trenton Health Team, THT, to ensure that the department meets the New Jersey Department of Health guidelines and is compliant with the public health practices standards of performance for local boards of health in NJAC 8:52. Do I have a motion? Looking for a motion. 20-257.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Blakely. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Harrison. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Mrs. Caldwell-Wilson.
I have a question.
Okay.
This is entering into a 1-year agreement. Did we RFP this?
We will RFP this with this authorization here. This has been just such a conundrum of a situation. This started out with an invoice for payment back in July. When I attempted to make the payment based on the contract that it was ostensibly in place, I was informed that I had to correct some things about the language in the agreement. So I went about the business of correcting the language, only to find out that the agreement, which was a shared services agreement, was an incorrect process for conducting business with the Trenton Health Team. So I then, reorganized according to the instructions that I got from DCA. And by the time that those corrections went into place, it was like January, and I was told at that time, no, you have to RFP. So when I began to question what we do about the fact that they had been working for that period of time, it was a good while before I got a response. And then by the time I got a response, it was, well, you have to go out for an RFP. If you'll recall, when the COVID situation came into place, we thought there was one strategy that we were going to use to try to manage expenditures for COVID for our recovery center. The administration determined that we should add the $500,000 for that onto the Trenton Health Team resolution, since it was coming up for discussion. If you'll recall, council said no, those two have to be separated. We did that. So that delayed the resolution for Trenton Health Team once again. We passed the $500,000, for various vendors, not including the Trenton Health Team. So here I am back trying to honor the agreement that we had in place with the Trenton Health Team, and we have prepared and are ready to go out again for RFP for this service.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Morelli? Is Mr. Morelli on the line?
Yes, I am.
Mr. Morelli, so legally, where are we with this? If this was not done legitimately, but they want to pay the health team. You had them working, and the contract wasn't put out to bid. There was no RFP out there. So where does that leave this council if we authorize this?
Let me tell you where it leaves the council, because I had a lengthy discussion with the DCA about this. The process that was done was followed past practices. It was not done correctly through a combination of reasons, but the work was done. So essentially, we're paying them for the work that was already done. Legally, we have gotten the approval of the DCA to do this, and if you turn it down, then they're going to turn around and sue us, and we're going to lose the lawsuit because they've done it, and we'll be asking you to approve a settlement because they did the work. But it was not done correctly. If you read the language of the the resolution, it goes through all of that. It says that, in the opinion of the law department, it was not done correctly. We're trying to correct it. We have gotten the approval of the DCA, and the language of the resolution was something that myself and Ms. Vignali of the DCA have gone over a number of times, and we're trying to correct a mistake in the process. I would recommend it because it's just going to avoid us going to a lawsuit with them and losing the lawsuit, quite honestly.
Okay, so Mr. Morelli, excuse me, I'm not finished. So Mr. Morelli, you know, I mean, I don't want to see the health team not get paid, but right. I just want to be very clear that I am not comfortable voting for something that wasn't done to the letter of the law. I have a real problem with that.
I understand what you're saying. So in the language of the resolution, it also says that we have to follow the RFP process for the next contract, and we will follow the RFP process. And you are correct. And quite honestly, it has to be done the correct way from now on in.
Okay, so I just wanted that to be on record. Yes, sure. Thank you.
So before Councilwoman Vaughn speak, the one thing that I wanted to say to this 20-257, if the Department of Community Affairs feels as though they want to allocate $200,000 to the Trenton Health Team, then they should do that. Because once you tell me that this was done improperly, and then you say, hey, I'll turn my head for you to vote. But once you cast that vote, it falls back to the council. So my suggestion is to, first and foremost, what company would seek payment when they know that they have went about the process not wrong, illegally? And so, as far as I am concerned, the Department of Community Affairs, they have a budget. They should rectify this problem, because the problem is not the council's problem. Why would we vote and cast a vote knowing that the process was tainted? And why would we turn our heads? Let DCA turn their heads, let them reach into their coffers, and let them make the payment to the Trenton Health Team. But do not tell this council to turn their heads and cast an illegal vote. And that's where I'm at with this, Mr. Morelli, because there's no two ways of looking at it. You're either right or you're wrong. It's either an RFP or it's not.
Very, very astute observation. You are correct, except that we can correct it with this vote. We are the ones that receive the benefit of the services, and the Trenton Health Team performed the services because of the way it had been done under the prior monitor as a shared services agreement, which wasn't the correct way to do it. And we're trying to correct the past mistake and make sure it doesn't get done in the future. And so I can tell you that, we did receive the benefit of the services, and Trenton Health Team did it because they were following advice that our prior DCA monitor had given the department as to how to do it.
And it was an authorized agreement from the previous council. So we believed we were operating under a valid agreement.
Yes, if I'm allowed to add a couple of more words to that.
No, the councilwoman, excuse me, Mr. Cruz, but Councilwoman Vaughn wanted to speak to this.
Okay.
Yes. I will speak to, I've read all of our monitor's guidance and directives. And she was very clear that we could do business with the health team and we can pay out this contract with the caveat that you take it out to bid. And here we are. She has asked you to do that repeatedly, Director Shakira Abdul Ali, and we still have not seen that effort. It's not on our website. You can't show us any documentation that you advertise, that you solicit other healthcare providers for this contract. So that's what the director has instructed. Furthermore, can I finish? Yes. Furthermore, it's not like the Trenton Health Team was not aware, because DCA also informed them that the agreement was against a statute. So they were informed, and so was the city of Trenton. So both entities were informed. And this is where I have the problem with this agreement.
May I respond?
And it's very clear. The director, the monitor, Ms. McNally, made it very clear that a government like the city of Trenton cannot lawfully enter into an agreement, a shared agreement of any sort, with a nonprofit or a non-government agency, a nonprofit, a for-profit, or otherwise. It has to be government to government in order to be a shared service agreement. And here we are today with an agreement, one-year agreement. It doesn't say contract, and you have not presented any evidentiary documentation that can show that you did your due diligence and went out to bid and engage and solicit other healthcare providers. And I don't understand what the resistance to do that, because that's just the fair thing to do. And if I were in the Trenton Health Team shoes, I would want to put up an RFP. Fine, I did the work. Here's my documentation. I don't understand why your department and this organization that you have this long relationship with have not moved forward in that path. All you have to do is put it out to bid. They submit their RFP. Let other service providers have an opportunity to submit theirs, and you choose whoever you want. Isn't that what the process? And the DCA did give you that opportunity. You don't have to go. You can go. You don't have to use the public bidding. You can do the competitive bid, and you declined to even do the competitive bidding process.
May I show you something?
So thank you, Council President.
May I show you something, Council President?
Yes, Shakira Ali, Director Ali, before you speak, Mr. Cruz was trying to speak, so we'll let Mr. Cruz say what he needed to say, and then we'll come back to Director Ali.
Thank you.
Madam President, thank you for the opportunity. The issue started when the former DCA monitor allowed for the city to procure these services the way that Shakira entered into the agreement with the Trenton Health Team. Once we got Tina Vignali sometime, I think it was last year, the year before, we submit the waiver, and then she sees whether it is a service that needs to be procured a certain way or not. And when she saw that the former somebody who also represented DCA was telling the city it's okay to get it this way. She said, no, that's not the proper way to do it. So it's really, I'm not going to say it was the city's fault for doing that. If DCA is telling you it is the right thing to do, but a new monitor comes in and says, no, that's not how I like it. You should do it this way. Then Shakira pretty much got caught in between the process, and the Trenton Health Team was just performing a service that they have been performing in good faith with the city, with a similar process that had been used in the past. So I really wouldn't put blame on the Trenton Health Team. I would say DCA was part of this. Was part of this, if you want to call it wrongdoing, was part of this mishap. But I would say they were acting in good faith. They provided a service, and even though yes, Tina Vignali did now say that that is not the way to provide the services. We're not saying that the council is taking blame and that is why you are voting for it. It's just that this is the process that needs to happen to make the Trenton Health Team whole. The responsibility still falls on the city, the administration, on the department, and not necessarily on you. This is only a vote to make the Trenton Health Team whole. That is all that I have to add. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Director Ali?
Yes, thank you so much. So not to beat a dead horse, we thought we were operating under an existing agreement that was a shared services agreement, regardless of the fact that it was not correct. At the time, I thought maybe this shouldn't be. Well, not at the time, because I didn't really know until probably October of this past year that we could not do this. When Ms. Vignali communicated with me in October, she said, well, if you're going to do it as a shared service agreement, you need to make these corrections. So I made those corrections. By the time it got back to her, end of December, January, she says, nope, it cannot be a shared service. It must be a bid. So here I am now. We're 6 months into the work that they've been doing, and I'm still now, what do I do with this? So, and then, then a series of other events happened, COVID happened, etc. But I do want to show you, Councilwoman Vaughn, that it is actually advertised. Here is I'm going to share my screen with you. I hope you can see that we have here essential public health services to provide public health in support of a period of 3 years with an option to extend for, and it's bid. We're bidding it out. This is to provide essential public health services. So I just wanted to assure you that we are definitely looking to make us whole here and to correct the circumstances. We just need to pursue this. I just want to show you something else also, because the thing that I'm concerned about with our contract with them is we're in the middle of this COVID, and we are having to do our contact tracing. We have to do our the testing sites. Let me just show you the kind of information that we rely upon from them. I hope you can see my screen here. I hope you can see my screen. Can you see it? Yeah, here we go. So this is the work that they do this is the kind of work that they do for us on a regular basis. They provide us with the data that we need to track our testing. You see, the county testing site did 3,087. They keep track of all of that data for us. I do not have the staff to do this. This is the health indicators that we use from them on a regular basis. I'm sorry, let me get to the right screen here. I just want you to see the kind of data that we get from them. This is Trenton-specific data. This is Mercer County, but they do Trenton-specific data for us. This is the information that we use when we are going out into the community, when we're writing our grants, when we're trying to establish policy for what we're doing. This is the kind of data that we use. This is, as I said, this is all Trenton-specific data. This data in particular is what they put together for us with another subscription program. And when, if we cannot continue our contract, if we can't pay for our contract, they're going to turn this off. This is the information that we use to do our contact tracing. This our community health needs assessment, which they also do. But I wanted to show you this. Yeah, this is the health information exchange. This is critical information that we get, that they have they organize for us and provide for us on a regular basis. You see, they get it from the hospitals. They get it from. This is not any information that we can track by ourselves. We just don't have the capacity. But this is what we get for our money. So I just want you to understand that it's not, this is not frivolous, and it's not inconsequential.
Council President, it's Robin Vaughn.
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman.
Yeah, I just want to say, by no means, the city of Trenton, we're good. We do not renege on contracts. And we don't want to send a message that we don't want to do business, that we're not good business partners. But nonetheless, this is an agreement. And it seems to me, with our law department and perhaps consultation with the Trenton Health Team's law department, there has to be another process to rectify this situation. Instead of presenting you can't fix an illegal agreement with another illegal agreement, if that makes sense. And it looks like that's what we're doing here. So, and I would want Ms. Morelli to speak to that, because clearly it does not say, it says a 1-year agreement. Now the state has told us, they've communicated to the Trenton Health Team, they communicated to the city of Trenton, that I have the letter that was sent out to the Trenton Health Team, letting them know that you can't have a shared service agreement with a government entity. And the same thing happened with another organization that we were in a shared service agreement for during the same period, another healthcare provider within our city borders. And they were also told same thing. And we had to stop, we had to terminate those agreements as well, because they were deemed to be not compliant with state statute. So we have to be compliant with state statute. And that's where we are now. And reading this particular resolution, it clearly still goes against state statute. So we can't fix a wrong with another wrong. We have to get this right. And the Trenton Health Team should want to get it right. And we have legal expertise. We paid them well. I think the legal department should be able to come up with some type of contract or some type of, something that's compliant with the statute to make this right to pay an organization for services that they render that we owe them for. So, but it's not, I don't believe, we can't right a wrong with another wrong. So we need to proceed. And I think the law department needs to work with the Trenton Health Team and their legal service to come up with a way forward for them to get paid. Thank you.
Ms. Vaughn, I just wanted to address what you just said, Ms. John Morelli. You're right. When there's a problem, you're not creating an illegal contract, but you can fix the process by saying that the Trenton Health Team would have likely been the sole bidder in any event, and recognizing that we will do it a different way in the future, and that we are recognizing a legal theory called quantum meruit, which is a Latin term for basically paying someone for the benefit that we received from the work that they did. And it's a perfectly legitimate legal theory, and it's a perfectly legitimate way to pay someone who's basically an innocent person for doing work under an arrangement that they thought was proper. And that is the theory that we've operated under to try to fix this. And I can tell you that we discussed it with the DCA, we've discussed it internally, and, a mistake was made, and we have to fix it. And this is the best theory that we could come up to fix it with.
And can we do a resolution that outlines that theory instead of this resolution?
I thought we did in this particular resolution. I thought we said those things. If I'll go back and look at it, let me get it up on my screen.
It doesn't say that. Actually, it extends them for a whole year to continue to do more work.
No, I think it's for last year.
It says into 1 year agreement with the Trenton Health Team to ensure that the department meets the New Jersey Department of Health guidelines. So it's speaking as if they're going to be continuing to do this work. It doesn't speak to the theory that you just eloquently described. And I would like to see a resolution that speaks to that I'd be happy to approve.
It says July 1, 2019 to June 30, 2020. It actually ended yesterday.
I know. Okay, but it doesn't speak to the theory that Mr. Morelli just described.
Let me get it up here, Council.
So Mr. Morelli, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So I keep hearing that the prior director, Mr. Fehrenbach,
Mr.
Fehrenbach, or whoever was in that position,
Brownlee. I'm sorry.
Like that they made this error. Like DPA said that it was okay to actually do this, and it was definitely not the proper way. So why is it that the city, and I'm not going to waste a lot of time on this, but why is it that the city of Trenton always have to bear the brunt of everyone else's mistakes? Because if this monitor had given the okay for this agreement, this non-RFP, the shared services, to move forward, if there is something that relates to that in black and white, and Fehrenbach and Brownlee went into a shared agreement and it was not correct, there's two entities at fault here. One being the Department of Community Affairs, and the other being the City of Trenton, and three people, and the the Trenton Health Team. So the way that I'm seeing it is that we do not owe the Trenton Health Team $200,000, because everybody has to take their responsibility for the error that was made. So there should be some minds coming to this meeting with the DCA's financial responsibility, Trenton's financial responsibility, and the Trenton Health Team financial responsibility. And so you take that responsibility from all three organizations, and then you give me you tell the city of Trenton what they owe. But we're not going to take the brunt of this beating here, because three entities came together and they all knew that they were doing something that was not right. The letter was clear that was sent to the Trenton Health Team. Why would the Trenton Health Team keep performing when they have a letter in black and white from DCA saying, stop your services because you're operating wrong? Then you have DCA, the monitor, that said, hey, yes, you can move out like this and you can perform these shared agreements, and that was wrong. And then you had Trenton not doing their homework, and the attorneys that sit for us not doing their homework. So therefore, Trenton has a responsibility. I think that responsibility needs to be divided into three, and everybody needs to take their share of that mistake and bring Trenton their part of the mistake. That's where I'm at, because I'm not willing to take a $200,000 hit and everybody knew that they were functioning outside of the law. And so I'm going to move on with that. Mr. Berry, if we can move to a vote.
Yes.
We were already in the middle of the vote.
Mr. Blakely said yes. I was at Ms. Caldwell-Wilson now.
President McBride?
Well, we're moving on to the vote. Where are we, Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson, the vote?
Yes. It's her turn.
No.
No. Okay. Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
No.
Ms. Vaughn?
No.
Oh, my God.
President McBride?
No.
That has failed. Resolution has failed. Next resolution is 2304. A resolution authorizing sub-grant agreements with various community-based organizations to provide housing and supportive services to the homeless, disabled individuals, and families in the city of Trenton and surrounding areas. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Blakely. Mr. Blakely?
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn?
Yes.
President McBride?
No.
This resolution has passed. Roll calling 20-305, resolution authorizing the City of Trenton, working through its Department of Health and Human Services, wishes to accept the fiscal year 2019 COC program grant from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Mr.
Second.
Blakely. Second by Mr. Harrison. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
I have a question. Well, I mean, these two resolutions are 305, this is for Shakira Abdul Ali. I see the appropriations across the various service organizations or nonprofits.
Yes.
And I'm just curious to know, how did you come up with those appropriations or allocations?
Based on the number of units that they are,
Mr. Blakely, you have some background noise, please.
based on the number of units that they're providing us, for us.
Okay, so this grant monies that came available, so was this advertised and was the organizations solicited? How was this money communicated to the public?
So every year when these funds become available, our department puts out a solicitation for organizations that can provide housing and supportive services. And people submit their proposals and we select those proposals.
I can't hear because somebody refuses to mute.
We're trying to find him. I don't know who it is.
So as I said, every year it's a competitive process. In other words, people submit a proposal and we go through those proposals and we select those proposals that indicate that the organization can do what we need to have done.
Now, the only thing that I will say is that one thing about the HUD process, and we did talk about this at the top of when we first got the CARES Act funding. Actually, it'll come up again under the Department of Housing and Economic Development as we go through the docket this evening, because they're making adjustments and reappropriation funding around some of these same programs. And I'm just concerned that when I read the process around how the HUD money should be agreed upon and distributed throughout our community, I don't think there's the right people at the table, because the community is not engaged. They don't know which service providers are getting the funding. So could somebody please speak to that? I don't know who's the best person to speak to. I guess will be Ben Delisle in the Housing and Economic Development Department as to the process. Because I look across other communities that also getting the same access and the same funding from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, and they're actually having meetings throughout their community telling them that the money has arrived, the funding is here, these are the areas we're planning on, these are the special programs that we're going to be funding with the money. This is where you can expect to see certain outcomes. And the community gets to provide feedback as to, which areas, whether it's in recreation, whether it's in policing and security, whether it's in healthcare, whether it's in education, et cetera, et cetera. And we in the city of Trenton, we hear nothing from the Department of Health and Human Services at this time. This is our first time hearing about it. And I'm not just saying Rob and Vaughn, I'm talking about all the individuals who are dialed into this call today and just the general community at large, because I know after the call, I'm going to get flooded with emails from my constituents saying, Robin, no one told us about this money. No one told us about this funding. No one told us. So, and the director over at, the commissioner over at the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development is clear that the process such that the city directors, yourself, Ben Delisle, and whomever else is receiving these funds from our federal government, that's your obligation. You got to have community forums to tell us this. We just can't present it with this in an hour's time and say, oh, okay, this looks good.
Councilwoman Vaughn, may I speak?
Yes.
So this process, these funds are continuum of care funds. They have nothing to do with community development block grant funds. The program that you're speaking of are community development block grant funds, where there are public forums and the community gets to come out and say what kind of programs they want, whether they're recreation or housing or what, education, whatever. Those are different kinds of activities. The continuum of care funds are solely and strictly for to prevent homelessness. So these funds are only available to organizations that can provide housing for people who are homeless or who are at risk of becoming homeless. So that's why the funds go to the Rescue Mission or Oaks Integrated, where they have the Good Samaritan Housing First Samaritan, Catholic Charities, where they do housing. These Helping Arms, all of those are housing organizations. They provide apartments and places to live for people who are homeless. It is only for that.
Okay. Very good. I thank you for that clarity. I've been educated. Yeah, I know about the continuum program. Just softly, I know that it does a lot of, it helps a lot of domestic violence and things like that. But again, yep, I just, particularly when I see funding coming into the city, federal funding from the Department of Housing or the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, I know they have clear guidelines as to the city, the council, and the residents we all got to participate in this process, and we have an obligation to do it. And the city, as employees and elected officials, we have to provide those forums to our residents so they can become educated, because this is public money and this is taxpayer dollars. So we need to do a better job with communicating and getting the word out so that we make sure that we are benefiting, that these funds are being properly allocated to the special programs, and the city and the residents are realizing the benefits on the ground. And we don't look back, year after year and say, what happened, right? Thank you. And my vote is, yeah, go ahead.
What is your vote, Councilwoman?
My vote is yes.
Okay, so I just want to make a statement here. My vote is going to be no, and I'm going to tell you why my vote is going to be no, Director. Because as I go through the city and being a resident of this city all of my life, I know that the Freedom House is on West State Street. It's transitional housing for families afterwards. It's for mothers and children. It's for them to be able to stabilize a roof over their head. Some of the families stay there for years on end to build up a bank account so that when they leave out of there, they're able to maintain themselves. It has been stabilized housing in the city of Trenton for years. But the last allotment that was given out under the COVID, it did not include the Freedom House. I know that the Oxford House on Ruckert's Place, I know that they're here in Trenton. They house men, and that's a continuum program. But so every time I look at your breakdown of your funding, it's going to the exact same organizations. And some of those organizations don't have any offices in Trenton. The Freedom House has been at 1219 West State Street as long as I can remember. The UPI, I noticed that we had to force your hand to give the UPI some of the COVID-19 funds. And so I'm just saying to you, and for people that do not live in this city, you have to open up a line of communication so that the organizations that are actually in this city can get a share of those funds to make their programs stronger and for them to stay into existence because they're doing the same work. Serve is on West State Street. They have offices all throughout the county of Mercer, but they have an office here on West State Street. So there's plenty of organizations that are in the city of Trenton, but I never see them in any of your breakdowns. And all I'm saying is the organizations that are in our borders, they should be considered when we're allotting out money. These organizations must be considered. And that's the only statement I wanted to make. And my vote is no.
Can I change? I'm going to change my vote based on your eloquent explanation. I'm compelled to change my vote. Could I do that, please, Mr. Barry?
Okay.
Yes, the vote hasn't been finalized, so you can do that.
Okay.
My vote is no.
And my vote is no as well.
Okay, the roll 2305 still passes though.
Okay, that's good.
Council President.
You can move on.
Okay.
Council President.
Roll.
Can we roll call 2329?
329. Yes, whatever it is, yes, we can roll call it.
329, 329, 3.
I gotta find it first.
Yeah.
What department is that under?
Look that up. It's not in my package.
What is it?
Clerk.
It's the city clerk's
City
office.
clerk.
appointing Sonia Wilkins to the Trenton Housing Authority Board of Commissioners.
Okay. Yes, we can roll call that.
329, yes. Okay.
So,
Tell you what, let's do it right now while we're on it. Okay, roll call 2329, resolution appointing Sonia A. Wilkinson to the Trenton Housing Authority Board of Commissioners.
so move.
Moved by, second by, two people talk. Second by
Me, Marge.
Caldwell Wilson. Mr. Blakely. Mr. Blakely?
Yes. Do you hear me?
Okay, yes, we got it. Ms. Caldwell Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
No.
No. Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Yes. Mrs. Vaughn?
Yes.
Yes. Council President McBride?
Yes.
Okay. This resolution does pass. Okay, we're going to roll call 2311. Resolution authorizing change order number 1 to the contract with Remington and Vernick Engineers, the Presidential Center, Lincoln Building, Suite 600, 101, Route 130 South, Cinnaminson, New Jersey, to provide additional design services for the wash bay, change order amount $15,900.
Now this is for Wally Onateri. So Wally, you know, I know your department needs a lot of things, and I'm all in favor of getting you guys some trucks and whatever might come in front of us for your workers. But this is a resolution that I need to be real clear on. In the memorandum, it says that the proposal was submitted to the city, who agreed to pay $2,200,000 for the design of a surveillance and security infrastructure and $12,000 for the designs of the roof-mounted photovoltaic system. An additional $1,700,000 was charged for supplemental engineering designs associated with the bidding of the project. Now, first of all, the problem that I'm having with that is that the bid went out for $2,200,000. There was an additional $12,000 added, and as they went along the work, there was an additional $1,700,000. So I'm sorry. I apologize. That's $2,200 for the design of the surveillance security infrastructure, $12,000 for the design of the roof-mounted photovoltaic system, and an additional $1,700, I apologize for that error, was charged for supplemental engineering. So the $1,700 wasn't a part of the $2,200, and now you're coming back for the to add on $77,000. Therefore, the additional design cost and supplemental engineering cost is equaling up to $15,000. So I was looking to try to find out where the percentage of the original, because they said under the procurement law that you're not supposed to go over 20 to 21% of the original cost. And so that's where I'm lost at. Are we over that 21% of the original cost when you come back for an additional, let me see what the addition is, for an additional $15,900? Are we 21% over the additional cost? Can the procurement officer tell me let me get my little calculator out.
Hello, Council President. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Council President. You almost give me a heart attack when you mentioned 2 million, 1 million. I'm like, wow, where is that coming from? I got scared for a minute. Oof. But to answer your question, this what we have here is not the 20%. We're still below the 20% threshold there. And one of the reasons why we are doing this is to save cities some money in the long run. For that photovoltaic, which is a solar panel, to help operate that without using the electricity, and to have the camera installed because of the location, so that we don't want anybody just drive their vehicle in there to wash if they are not expected to be there. And because this was not something that we envisioned when we first did it, but it was in the process that we came up with the idea. But at that time, we have to have this, this done, the change order to get this done. And we're still below the percentage that is required, because I had to check that.
So what I'm saying to you, Director, Terry, is that this is over the procurement law. This is more, the change order is more than the actual bidding process. And so it's the procurement law is all wrong. The procurement law says that you cannot do this. And that's why the procurement officer should have been on the line tonight, because under the procurement law, the change order cannot be greater than the original bid. It can't be 20%. It has to be 20% or less. Definitely not over. So this is all wrong. It has to go back out.
No,
this has to go back out for bid, because you cannot be over the actual bidding, the bid for it.
Council President, I don't have this number with me, but I do believe this did not go over the 20%, because I know the procurement officer, Isabel, she will have not let me put it through. She's very, very thorough when it comes to that. So I believe we're still within that 20% or less. I don't have the number with me, but I do believe we're less than that.
It does say on the resolution that it didn't go over 20%.
But if it says it didn't go over the 20% threshold, but the actual dollar amounts, the proposal was submitted to the city, who agreed to pay $2,200 for the design of the surveillance, and then the infrastructure, that was another $12,000 for the mounted piece, and then an additional $1,700 was charged. So the actual
$15,900.
Exactly.
Is the change order. 15,900.
Yes.
Sorry.
So the amount does not exceed the 20%, but the 20% amount only applies to the bids, not professional services.
And see, and that's why I need the procurement officer here, because I'm just thinking that this is over. So I'll just, for myself, I will just not vote on this, because I just think that it's not right, and allow the other council members to vote on it.
Well, can we table it?
Until we get it. We should, until the procurement officer looks at this, because if the original...
So if you move to table it, Council President, I will second.
Wally, can we afford to put it off for another month and bring it in the August meeting, or is that going to affect the cost of the project because we're now holding the progress?
Yeah, thank you, B.A. Madam President, this thing is going to affect everything we're doing. This has been ongoing for a long time, and that is why we are so behind in what we're doing. And I can tell you that we're still within the threshold that we're supposed to be with it. Because, like I said, if we are over, Isabel will not have allowed me to go through, and we went through with it to get this done.
We had quite a few things on that has been over.
Yeah, and Madam President, I am not sure why Isabel would even bring up the 20% when this is actually a professional services and not an actual bid. So for bid, the 20% does not apply, and this is a professional service. So she is, so that shouldn't have even been mentioned on here because it doesn't apply.
Question though, Council President, can I speak on this one?
Yes.
It says to provide additional design services for the wash bay. What has changed about the design? I mean, they've already, it should be done. They should be through, they should be at construction stage now. What has changed in the design?
So the memo attached to it says that the change is going to provide services for a surveillance and security system infrastructure in the proposed vehicle wash bay facility. This should include new security cameras, card readers, and access controls, and all other assorted equipment. It provides for a roof-mounted photovoltaic system at the vehicle wash bay facility. This design must include panel layouts, additional roof supporting structures, inverters, cabling, and all other components of the roof-mounted solar array. So this is actually something that was not part of the original design specs.
Okay, so yeah, exactly. So this was part of these are new requirements that came about. Who put these requirements forward that we needed security at the wash basin?
I did, and the reason for that was because, first of all, over there where we have this is on Brunswick Avenue, and the way there behind the recycling, and we needed security because a long time ago something was stolen there that we never recovered up to today.
But you see, Director Onateri, this is the problem. In whether it's a professional bid or a actual RFP, you cannot change the specs of how you put it out. You can't say, hey, we want to add some new designs if that wasn't a part of the original process. And so because we don't have Ms. Garcia here on the line with us, we definitely don't need to move forward with this because you just cannot change the specs. When you put out an RFP or when you put out professional service, you cannot change that information, the scope of the work. You can't change it in the middle.
We did not change this in the middle, Council President.
You cannot change the scope of the work. No, you can't.
Yeah, that's a whole new different services. That's a whole different service that you're asking for, security system.
Scope of the work. You can't change the scope of the work in the middle of a professional contract or the bid.
That's a whole new requirement, in my Mr. Morelli.
Sorry. Yes.
That's a whole new security system. That's a whole new different requirement above and beyond of what was initially spec'd out. So that piece of work probably should go out to bid, right? I mean, there's a lot of security companies out there that could do that work, and we may be able to get it for a lot less.
Well, it's arguable, but it still was related to the same original service, and they were just asking for additional services that they had already done.
No, Mr. Morelli, they're not asking for additional services. They changed the scope of the work.
No, Council President. We are just asking for additional services of the security and solar, because we had a discussion with DEP, and they suggested that we do that to put a solar energy.
Why wasn't that included in the RFP?
Because we did not think this was not part of the original thing that we intend to do until it came about to just add that on to it.
Oh boy.
I think we need to table this until we can talk to Garcia, the
procurement officer.
Procurement officer. I really do, Isabella Garcia. So I want to move to table this until we can speak to her, because in my opinion, you've changed the scope of the work, and I'm a little leery about that. And I'm also thinking that it should go out. And I'm also thinking that when we come here, we should all have the same thing in the forefront of our mind, and that is doing business the correct way. And so I'm not trying to fight you, Wally. I'm just saying that I think that the scope of the work changed, and I don't think it should have. And I think that it should have went back out to bid once that changed. And I also want to look at whether or not, although Mr. Cruz said that it doesn't apply because it was a professional contract, I would still need to talk to Isabella Garcia, the procurement officer, just to make sure that that's all correct, that that percentage is correct and we did not go over. So I think that we should table it because we should all be on the same page here, wanting to do business the right way. Is that okay with
President? In the process of doing this, if you find out from Isabel Garcia that this thing is correct, then we are delaying this thing some more. Council President, I know you are with me to buy certain things, but every time I come before you, something you pull it out and we don't get it done on time, and then it drags on and on and on.
I'm telling you, this doesn't seem to be falling under my leadership, because this is going back for years. So don't drop that in my lap, Mr. Onateri. I'm saying that we should do things the right way. So I'm suggesting that I want to make a motion to table it until we can talk to Isabella and bring it back on August the 2nd.
Moved by the President to table 2311.
Second.
Second by Ms. Vaughn. Mr. Blakely?
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison? Mr. Harrison?
This is the table, right, you said?
Yes.
Yeah, no.
No. Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Ms. Vaughn?
Yes.
And Councilperson McBride?
Yes.
This 2311 has been tabled. Roll call for 2313, resolution accepting bids and awarding contracts to multiple.
Council President?
Let's go right ahead.
Yeah, I'm glad this was roll called, because I just want to, again, speak to the fact that I spoke to Director Richardson earlier in the meeting about outsourcing. And Mr. Onateri, can you chime in here and explain why we have to go outside to get electrical services done when we have expertise in-house to perform electrical work? Do we not have an electrician in-house to perform these type of jobs?
No, we don't.
There's no electrical engineer in the inspection department, Mr. Onateri?
No, when you say electrical engineer, we don't have one. This is the electricians that we need all over the city, all the buildings that we have. We don't have that in the city of Trenton.
So we don't have that in-house. Did we ever have it in-house?
We never did have an electrician in-house.
Yeah. Well, these are some of the things that I think, I know that, again, we're a fiscally distressed city. We're struggling to get out of a, understate oversight. But we're not going to be able to do it if we keep outsourcing and spending money on very expensive. We got to start doing, cost-benefit analysis of sort as to hiring and developing expertise in-house with resources that will be employed with the city of Trenton for 10, 15, 20, or 30 years versus going outside to, expensive contractors. I know, we had a lot of years back, and some folks were my relatives that worked for the city, worked in the Department of Public Works, worked in, who were electricians, plumbers, and my uncle was a builder by trade, and he worked under Gene Shadow for many, many years. And they had all this expertise in-house. Very rarely do they go out to contract. I don't know why we won't hire these individuals and these with these skill sets. And folks say, oh, in the city of Trenton, we don't have this type of expertise. But I think we really should start seriously looking into start developing our resources in-house and stop spending taxpayer money going out to very expensive vendors who, and most of them are not headquartered or have operations in the city of Trenton. So we should start work with the administration, the mayor, to start hiring Trentonians to work for the city and do some of this work around the city.
Madam President.
Council President, if I may.
Yes, go right ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to make it clear that there are two local contractors that are being hired. One from Trenton and one from Hamilton. So it's not being outsourced out of the state or in another part of the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. This is being roll called, Mr. Berry.
Yes, I have a first and a second. Are you ready for the vote?
Yes.
Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Mrs. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President.
Yes.
This resolution has been passed. The next roll call is 2314, resolution amending the contract with Mott McDonald to provide professional engineer services for the raw water intake improvements for the City of Trenton Department of Water and Sewer, Trenton Waterworks Water Filtration Plant for 12 months in the amount not to exceed $79,910. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
A motion made by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson, second by Mr. Harrison. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
No.
Ms. Vaughn.
No, but I just wanted, my answer is, no. But I have a question before I record a vote. I just want to explain my vote. I don't understand the concept of amending the contract. Is that a change? Can someone, it says amending the contract. What are we amending? Is that a change?
Director, yes. From time to time, it happens quite often, engineering contracts
construction contracts. There are unforeseen things that happen during the course of a project. It could be anything. And in this case,
all right, Mr. Director.
There was a change in the. Just please, if you, in this particular case, we had a permit condition from DEP requiring us to do a muscle survey. So when we bid the original work, we did not have the muscle survey included because we did not anticipate it. During the permitting process, the muscle survey became a requirement, and we had to work diligently to get it done. The muscle survey has to be done between now and September. If it doesn't happen, the project gets delayed a year. If it gets delayed a year, then every single day it's delayed, it's $1,000 in fines. And we're going to hit ourselves with $350,000 worth of fines if we don't get moving on this contract. And I said my piece, and that's it. So thank you.
Okay. Mr. Morelli, can you tell me what's the difference between amending a contract and a change order?
Legally, they're probably pretty much the same. It depends on the fact pattern. I'd have to know the particular facts. In this particular case, it sounds like an amendment. You're asking for an additional piece of work because it's needed to complete the services.
Yeah, and this goes back to what we just discussed with Director Onateri. I mean, are we within the parameters of the law? And did this contract? I understand the urgency, Mr. Director Smith, around trying to be compliant with our regulators, with the folks over at DEP, under the obligation of the ACO. I understand that wholeheartedly. But we still have to continue to be compliant with other areas of the law while transacting business under the city. So is this $79,000 within compliance of the contract laws as relates to change requests?
Give me the number of this contract again, please, so I can pull it up.
It's 20-314.
314, okay.
And $79,000, that's $80,000. That's a big change.
It's a multi-million-dollar project.
It's
a lot of work involved. Mr. Morelli.
Hey, Mr. Smith, I understand that. Again, you still have to be compliant with. If you check the calculation,
It is totally above the board. It is totally above the board.
It
is totally above the board with the procurement law. It is totally above the board in accordance with the procurement law.
Well, I'm glad. I'm asking. I'm just asking a question. Did we check that, Mr. Morelli? So the original contract was how much?
Again, we're talking about professional services. It's engineering services, which is not limited to the 20%. But if you just want to do the math, we're still within that 20%. If it did apply, you're still within that 20% because there was an amount of $422,000 and this was $79,910. So it's within that 20%. But it doesn't apply to professional services. I agree wholeheartedly with what Mr. Cruz said before.
Okay. Well, my answer is no.
It's total sabotage.
Ms. McBride?
No.
Councilwoman McBride, I need to say something. I need to ask Mr. Smith to act like a director and stop interrupting and making comments. This is not his forum. This is a council meeting. Thank you.
I apologize. I will refrain from making the comments. We put a lot of hard work into this. And,
you don't have the floor, Mr. Smith. You were not given the floor by the council president, and the rules of council is that you only speak when the council president gives you the floor.
Okay, I will refrain. I'll fall in line. It's hard sometimes.
Madam President, you have 3 yes and 3 no.
And I would appreciate Mr. Morelli advising the directors of their role. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Vice Chair. That was 314.
Yes,
it fell.
It fell. 3 yes, 3 no.
Okay, it fell. So we can move on to the next roll call.
Next roll call is 20-316, and that's the resolution authorizing a contract award to 72-Hour LLC doing business as National Fleet Auto Group in an amount not to exceed $250,078. Do I have a motion?
Wait a minute, where are you? Are you on 2315?
No, he's on
I'm on
2316.
2316.
Did you have 315, Councilwoman Vaughn? Did you ask that to be roll called?
No, I didn't. That's a state contract. No, I didn't.
Okay, so we're moving on to 20-316.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion made by
Second.
Second by Mr. Harrison.
That's Mr. Blakely.
I'm sorry, Mr. Blakely. You ready for the vote? Mr. Blakely?
Yes.
Mrs. Caldwell-Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mrs. Vaughn?
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Can you just tell us what this is? The auto group, is this, can you just describe to me what this service is?
Yes. Yeah, I'd be glad to. This is for a valve truck, which is going to allow us to do valve assessment and repair work in-house as opposed to going to an outside contractor. It's going to save us a lot of money. We just recently rejected a bid in the amount of $3 million to assess valves in our system because the money was, because the cost of the work was so high, we rejected it. We're going an alternative route, and we would like to purchase the valve truck, which allows us to do the work in-house and save substantial costs.
Yep, thank you. And my vote is yes. My vote is yes.
Yes. Council President?
Yes, my vote is yes.
This resolution has been passed. We will move on to 2317, a resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to Allied Meter Service, Inc., in an amount not to exceed $20,311.75. It's a bid 2020-5. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson, who was second?
Second.
Mr. Harrison. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
And Ms. Vaughn.
Yes, just a quick question. Well, no, yes, I need to ask a question. The Allied Meter Service Group. So this gives an opportunity for us to get a status on where are we with upgrading the meters, the water meters to digital across the water service. Is this part of that work, Mr. Smith?
No, this is unrelated to the global meter replacement program. This is related to us getting paid for scrapping meters. That's all that is. That's all this is. And to answer your original question related to the meter project, we have developed we had developed an RFP to tailor a bid for that project. We're also right now looking to other procurement options that might expedite the project. But understand, we would need financing. We would need bond ordinances passed to move forward with the meter project. So I'm hoping at some point in the near future we can secure the funding and move the project forward.
But this particular resolution they're unrelated.
They're unrelated, correct. This is for us. We have a lot of meters that we need to scrap because they're old, they're inaccurate, they're not working, and so we're getting paid by a company the amount of $12,000 and $20,000. That's what this ordinance is for, is to scrap the meters.
Yep. Okay, yes. My vote is yes.
Council President,
Yes.
this resolution has been passed. The next roll call resolution is 20-318, resolution exercising the option to extend the contract for a period of 1 year awarded to BCHG in an amount not to exceed $491,000. It's a bid 2019-10.
So move.
So move. Second.
Moved by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson, second by Mr. Blakely. We're ready for a vote. Mr. Blake?
I have a question.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Wait a minute.
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Of course, it's for Mr. Smith. Can you, I mean, I don't really understand what the potable water, what is this $500,000 going to be used for?
So our water plant operations produces sludge. They produce residuals. Typically, water plants will send their sludge or residuals to facilities for further processing. Typically, sludge hauling and disposal costs are high, and they're rising. Trenton did something clever where they developed their own property into a residuals handling facility. This is for a contractor to basically maintain and operate that site for us. They have their own equipment, they have their own machinery, they have their own labor, they handle permits, they do the hauling, and in the end, I project we're saving about $200,000 to $400,000 a year going this route as opposed to just hauling it away ourselves. So it's actually really good, a very efficient operation, financially. Do you have anything else?
Yeah, because reason why I say that is because it says that we're exercising the option to extend. So they've been doing this service for us for quite some time already, correct?
Yeah, well, yes, they have been doing it. Well, they had the contract last year, and then in the contract, there was an option to extend it for 1 year. So this is the one and only time that we're extending the contract, and then after this year is up, we'll be rebidding for the services again.
Okay, all right. My vote is...
Wait a minute. We're going to be out of order.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
No worries. On Resolution 2318, it's been first and second. Mr. Blakely?
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn?
Yes.
Council President McBride?
Yes.
This resolution 318 has been passed. Our next roll call resolution is 20-319. Resolution amending the contract with CDM Smith to provide professional services for lead, ACO compliance, corrosion control, the lead service line replacement program, and public education for the city of Trenton in an amount not to exceed $113,056.
So moved.
We have a move by Caldwell-Wilson and second by Mr. Harrison.
I
have a question.
Go right ahead, Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes, this is for the acting director. I would like to know the relationship, if any, that you have with this corporation.
Well, I was a former employee for CDM Smith, but I have no further relations. I work for the city of Trenton. But I did work for CDM Smith previously. And related to the lead program, I'm not running that project. that has been assigned to somebody else. So I haven't been involved in any of the decision-making processes related to developing the contract amendment for this. I've specifically stayed out of it. So
That's real convenient.
So you have no relatives working there or anything, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you entirely. My phone.
Yeah, my thing was, do you have any relatives that work for that corporation?
No, I do not. No, I worked for CDM for was it 2.5 years, and so I was a brief employee there. And I don't have any relatives who work for that company.
So Councilwoman Rodriguez, is that it?
Councilman Rodriguez, yes, that was it.
Oh, I apologize. What did I say?
Okay.
Councilman Rodriguez.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Councilman Rodriguez. Sorry.
No, it's your turn. I finished.
Okay, Councilwoman.
I see that this was an increase in the scope, right? This was an increase in the scope from a previous resolution that we had with CDM Smith. So what additional services are we amending for this 113,000? What do they do?
Can I have the floor?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, so let me ask you a question. There's a memo that I prepare with all the resolutions explaining the work and identifying the
okay, I get that, but I'm just saying, the amending, I'm reading the resolution, I have that in front of me, David, but I'm just trying to, you got a lot in here, but again, you talk a lot about the previous resolution, but say very little as to what the 113, the amendment or the change request will cover.
I understand. Okay, so when we originally, the way I understand it, when we originally bid this work, we were going to manage our inventory, and we were going to hire a GIS person to do that, to take on that assignment. And what has happened over the course of time is that the lead inventory has become just we were over our heads. We didn't have the expertise. We still don't have the expertise to manage the inventory properly. We made the attempt to do so, but the staff that we have, it's very difficult. It's a lot of inventory. It's a lot of data. You need GIS expertise. We don't have any of those things, and so we made the attempt. We're not able to do it. And in addition to that, the inventory management. In addition to that, there was additional work. There's additional work needed at the Pennington Reservoir to to prevent orthophosphate from migrating into it. There has to be there's modifications to the piping system at Pennington Reservoir, which includes the installation of a flow meter and a check valve and some 36-inch pipe. It's a sizable distribution system project, and so this amendment is for essentially those two things. It's the inventory management over many months, and the design and bid and the construction management services related to the added scope for the distribution system work.
Okay, so this is not adding additional, all right, so you're adding additional resources, right, to the project, right?
Yes. So the way it was originally bid, there's additional resources being added to the project, additional hours being spent to handle some change scope that was originally unforeseen.
Mm-hmm. And I say that some of that scope I don't understand, because a lot of it, you talk about public education and outreach. We're done with that phase, right? So why are we still looking to?
Yeah, we actually de-scoped CDM Smith. When CDM Smith came in for their original bid, a contract amendment, they were almost near $300,000. And No way. I heard of that price, and I told the project managers that was not going to fly. No way. And so I said, if you're going to add scope, we had to take some scope away. And so we're doing some of the inspections now. We cut CDM's price by over almost $170,000 to bring it down to the 117 mark. So we're handling more work in-house to offset the price of this contract amendment. But in the end, there are certain services that we can't do. We have to hire a professional consultant to take care of it. And this is the ultimate number that we find is reasonable and will allow us to continue on with the project in a timely fashion.
Mm-hmm.
And in a cost-effective fashion, for that matter.
Mm-hmm. So you said that you have no conflict here with the CDM Smith Engineering Company. So you don't have any relatives that work there, manage the company, or sit on the board?
That is absolutely correct. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Unequivocally.
So, Mr. Morelli, this question is for you, Mr. Morelli.
Yes.
I would like to know when CDM Smith came on board with Trenton, because my recollection, and Councilwoman, the Vice Chair may be able to speak to this, but my recollection is they came on in January the 16th, around January the 16th, 2018, along with Wade Trim, Bank 3, and DM Smith. Am I correct with that?
I think so.
Yeah, I don't recall. I'd have to do research on that to look it up. I honestly don't recall off the top of my head, so I don't know when they came on board.
So this is where I'm at with this. I believe that there needs to be some research with this particular contract right here. If my memory serves me correct, DMC Smith came on with Bank 3 and Wade Trim, and they came on as water treatment and for the infractions that was going on in 2017. And so I would like to know how DM Smith jumped from water treatment specialist up to a lead line specialist. I need to know that, because if my memory served me correct, they came in as water treatment specialists. So I would like to be able to have that looked at thoroughly, Mr. Morelli.
Okay. All right, I will do the research for you if you'd like. Are you talking about just because of the conflict information? That
I'm talking about the scope of work. I wonder how they got from water experts all the way to lead line experts. I need to know I need to see their first contract with the city. I need to be able to read that. And, when we get this information, we don't get it in time enough to do thorough research on the what we need to research. So I need to be able to research this particular company. I need to see the original contract. I need to see why they stayed on with the city from 2018 until 2020, and under what. I need to see all of their contracts that they've had with the city. So I'm trying to figure out how they got from water treatment experts into enhanced public education. I don't know where that piece is at. I just need to see the whole scope of their contract when they came along with the city.
I can do that research for you, certainly.
Yes, I'd appreciate that. And I'd appreciate it if my colleagues allow me that opportunity to get that information. That's it for me.
Yeah,
I want to ask that this be tabled, this 20-319, until I could get some background history on this particular contract and the actual company itself.
Do I have a motion to table 2319?
I want to put the motion up.
Okay. Motion put up by Councilwoman McBride and second by Vice Chair Wilson. Mr. Blakely,
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Harrison,
No.
no. Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn,
Yes.
and President McBride.
Yes. So, Mr. Morelli, if you could get me that information as soon as possible,
Certainly.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
We do have a holiday coming up tomorrow, so will next week, early next week be appropriate?
Yeah, Tuesday is good.
Okay.
Okay, next roll call, Resolution 20-326, resolution awarding a contract for a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44A-20.4 ET SEQ to Agri-Environmental and Laboratory Services Incorporated in the amount not to exceed $112,710. It's RFP 2020-12.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson, second by, sorry, couldn't hear it.
Kathy.
Second.
Council President?
Yes.
So, Acting Director Smith? So this particular contract is calling for water quality consulting services. So what type of expertise are we looking for from this company? When you say consulting services, what are they researching? What are they putting recommendations forward on?
It's more related to treatment process and disinfection byproduct removal services. They've been with us. Agro's been with us for some time, and they have a degree of expertise at the plant. They have familiarity with the plant. This contract will enable them to continue supporting us. NJDEP has sent us letters very recently as June, related to optimizing our disinfection byproduct treatment removal, and so we're in some respects we're under a microscope from NJDEP. I think our disinfection byproducts are improving. The removal is improving throughout our system. You look at the 2019-2020 records. There's been substantial improvement, but there is still more room to improve. And so this contract particularly is going to provide us with some expertise that we need.
So Mr. Smith, when reading through this individual, this consultant that you're paying is going to be making $85 an hour for a 25-hour work week. Is that right?
That's the rate that they gave us, and it could be a team of people. That is not just one person. There can be a number of
it may be a number, but at the end of the day, that's a full-time equivalent, right? A full FTE, a full body, $85. It says an hourly rate of $85 an hour for a 25-hour work week. So they can use two employees, but at the end of the day, we're paying for that resource to deliver us, 25 hours a week. That's like a part-time. That's like almost 4 hours a day, half a day every day, right?
This is the budget, but if we use it, we use it. If we don't, we don't.
We're using, all right, so we're hiring a consultant, to do a 25 and a half hours worth of work hours per week through for a year.
Well, no, this isn't. All right, so
that's from June. Is this from June 19, 2020 to June 18, 2021?
Yes, that is the budget that we have for this contract. If we can, it's up to us on how how it's up to circumstance on how it gets managed. If this is a budget, this is what we.
Okay, so I want to ask you. So are they going to be doing laboratory work? Are they going to be testing water? Yes. So yes. we don't have licensed water operator over at the water department who could perform this task.
We don't have chemists.
Because I remember when I took a walk. I remember when I took a walk through the water department and took a tour of it, and I spoke to employees that were testing the water for the quality. I don't understand why we need an outside consultant or a additional resources to help us test our water when we have water operators who are licensed, state licensed, to do that work over there.
Yeah, well, it comes down to a couple things. It's availability, okay? We are limited in staff. We actually have job advertisements out for chemists. So if anyone's listening, Chemist 2 and Chemist 1 advertisements are out. We're welcoming applications. So we are short-staffed at the lab. We need support. And I understand where you're going, and I agree with you. If we have the expertise, if we acquire the expertise in-house to serve this role for our organization, by all means, we'll terminate this contract the day we get that expert. But currently, right now, in-house, we do not have the available qualified staff to assist us.
Okay, the work in the laboratory. I look at the DEP list of licensed water operators, what they call, was it treatment? Was it the T2s, the T3s? Yeah, we don't, I just can't believe we don't have that, and we got to go out into the market and hire somebody at $85 a rate. And not to mention, and I don't want to, but, our employees are still waiting on their contract. At $85 an hour, that's good money. That could be somebody's job. And I know being recruiting in the marketplace, and I know that $85 an hour rate, that is top dollar for a consultant. So I would want to see a Trentonian get that job. So So I think there's plenty of licensed T folks in the city of Trenton and in Mercer County that we can hire to get in there and do some testing of that water. Because I've been in that laboratory there, and I talked to some of those workers, and we can put out recruitment, and particularly in this market, in this job market now, absolutely we can find somebody. And no, I can't support this. No. We gotta try a little harder with recruiting and interviewing folks to do laboratory testing. $85 an hour, you're gonna find somebody to take that job. You better believe it. Well, Council President, I don't have nothing else to say.
Okay, so the only thing that I would like to add to that is that if we have several T3s and we have several T2s, and I know we have, I know when we sent around the licensees job description, I would hope that our administration start lifting up our city employees and giving them the promotions that they need, rather than to go outside and pay someone $85 an hour. And as I spoke a couple weeks ago, based on some of our employees working below the poverty level, I just can't support anything with 85 when I know that we have some T2s and T3s that are in that plant right now. We could promote them and then bring someone in on a lower level to take their places and let them elevate on their job. I just don't see taking someone from the outside, giving them that pay scale when we have qualified people inside that we should be promoting, and then bringing someone in on a lower pay scale. That's where I'm at with that. Mr. Berry, you can move on to the vote for this.
Okay, it's been first and
Madam President.
It's been first and
Madam
second.
President, can I just mention one thing, please?
No, we're moving to the vote.
Okay.
Are we ready for the vote? 2326, Mr. Blakely.
Yes. And
Mr. Caldwell Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
No.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Council President.
No.
2326 did not pass. Moving on to roll call 2323, resolution approving the substantial amendment to the fiscal year 2015 annual action plan and the 2015 to 2019 consolidated plan in accordance with the United States Department.
Yes, go right ahead.
Is Mr. Delisle available?
I am here.
Yeah, so we passed the resolution at the top of the COVID crisis, a couple weeks into the COVID crisis, and subsequent to the federal government releasing the CARES Act, and subsequent to our city getting $3.5 million of CDBG grant money across the various funding programs, home, ESG, and the ones that you have here. Now I see that in reading the detail of this resolution, I see that you guys are reappropriating, reallocating what we originally approved from that last resolution, which was, I think it was 20-218. Ms. Morelli, can you just note that 20-218?
Okay.
Have passed that, and and it had an allocation across, several nonprofits within our borders and beyond. And that was $3.5 million worth of a CDBG grant money or COVID funding money that was allocated specifically, earmarked specifically to flatten the curve and prevent the spread of the virus. And here we are today with this resolution, and Mr. Delisle, correct me if I'm wrong, that now the mayor has said that he's going to reallocate to certain programs. So, and I'm looking at that, and certain programs, I don't understand how they're COVID related, and I thought the money was earmarked for COVID programs.
So, Councilwoman.
So I just want to very quickly tell you which ones that I'm concerned with. So I'm looking at your allocation that you attached to the ordinance, to the resolution, and it says you're allocating for public facility improvements on the Trenton Public Library, the handicap accessibility improvements, $125,000. You're allocating park improvements and playground equipment replacement at various city parks at $450,000. And the acquisition and needs assessment at the Carver Y, you're going to do an acquisition and needs assessment at the Carver Y Center for $275,000. And you're going to do a public facilities improvement at the Roebling Wire Works for $460,000 for a total of $1,310,103. Now, those are significant movements from the COVID resolution, your annual plan, to now. And some of these things I have questions around this. I'm hoping you can provide clarity as to what acquisition and needs assessment of $275,000 allocated to the Carver Y has to do with flattening the curve and preventing the disease spreading. And what does the playground improvement and playground equipment replacement at various cities park of $450,000? That's the COVID money that should be using for our universal testing that the Health and Consumer Service Director says that she has no interest in doing, and now we're going to put it into park equipment and at the Carver Y, and we're going to use it for the Robley wire works and the Trenton Public Library handicap improvements. So I just want you to kind of, enlighten me a little bit here.
I'd be happy to, Councilwoman, and you asked me to correct you if you're wrong, and unfortunately you are with this. This is 2015 CDBG money, which is not eligible for COVID spending. This is not reallocating or touching in any way the approvals from the previous resolution last meeting that you mentioned. It is part of the 2015 to 2019 consolidated plan. I mean, that's a 5-year plan, and that's why it's there, and the COVID money was attached to that plan. That's why we amended that plan for COVID, because that was the cycle that it was in. But this money is not reallocating the COVID money in any way, shape, or form. It's money that had not been allocated from 2015. And even if we wanted to spend it on, as you suggest, the universal testing plan, we could not. We would be precluded from doing so by HUD.
Okay, well, because I was just kind of confused because when I look at the other resolution, it says that we're using leftover or unused funding from a period 2. So for the last plan from resolution, let me get it right, 2218, the unused funding from the same programs was for a different time period. What, fiscal year 2018, I think it was? Is that right?
2019.
2019. So
yes, that was permissible under the rules. 2019 and 2020 money and the additional COVID allocation could be spent on COVID-related things. This 2015 money cannot.
Okay. Well, I mean, I got to say, I wasn't aware that we had leftover funding from or unused funding from 2015. I thought that was the gist of it. Wow, that the 2019 was was it? But this is, well, I guess this is good news. This is good news. So
Mr. Director.
Mr. Council President, I just want to ask one more question real quickly. So, when you determine, like the assessment going to the Carver Y, did we go out to the public again to invite them in, to let them know, Mr. Delisle, what plans you had to do with the money?
Yes.
So you went out to the public, because I wasn't aware of any of those scheduled meetings.
We had a public meeting. It's been posted on the website. There's an email listserv, and Farah of my staff is on. I'm sure she could add to that of the public outreach.
I can see a June the 9th meeting, and it was never sent to the council. But anyways.
But June the 9th, that was for the COVID. I'm talking about for this allocation.
No, for this allocation there was.
Okay.
Absolutely.
How many other organizations, how many people showed up? How many organizations showed up?
This is Farah G. I can probably answer that, Ben, if you want me to.
Please.
I think we had about 14 people on that call, and we received quite a bit of public input. Few people had some suggestions for what we should use the funding for, which was basically in line with what we were planning to do. It was a lot of support for the city actually acquiring the Carver Center and restoring it back to its historic glory. So We did receive some public comment, nothing that was substantial enough to make us change our plans with the amendment.
So Farrah, at that, when I say public input, but also did we solicit potential other grantees? Like for instance, with the park improvements and playground equipment. So I would think for $450,000 allocation, you must got a lot of interest there from different grantees that you're going to allocate that money to.
No, we didn't. We actually, we didn't open this up for an RFP. This is really old funding. I'm sure you all are aware by now that December of 2019, at the end of the year, HUD released all of our frozen CDBG funds, which included 2015 through 2018 funding that we haven't even touched. And so that's how we found this 1.3, well, not found, but we realized that we had left over because we paid with other funding, this $1.3 million. So we needed to make a plan for it. Because it's old money, we had previously already exceeded our public services cap. Our public services is what we're allowed to use for it with a third party when we open up the RFP and invite people to give us proposals to spend our funding. So instead, since we're very limited in what we could do with this $1.3 million, we're always interested in providing support or using our funding to improve our public infrastructure, which includes our facilities and our parks.
Okay, yeah, that's.
So my question to you is, okay, so you got you're going to allocate the $450,000 to park improvements and playground equipment. Can somebody is, all right, thank you. So how are you going to determine what organization or vendor gets that money to do the work to improve the parks and the playground? Are you going to select them? Is Mr. Delisle going to select them, or are you going to put it out to RFP?
So when this has been, when we'll work with the Recreation Department to determine which parks are going to have the improvements. Then we'll have the work prepared by engineers or architects, and we'll put it out to bid for the physical improvements.
So Councilwoman Vaughn, I need to jump in here because there's two things that stuck out to me. And so the director stated that the 2015 monies cannot be used because that's old money. That's money that was frozen, and I get that. But in the actual paperwork, you do not break that down because you just says the amendment to the 2015-2019 consolidated plan adds to the following goal statement to provide facilities/services for the prevention, preparation, and recovery of COVID-19, period. You do not say the 2019 funds. You have 2015-2019, and so you lumped it all in there together, and only you would know if the public was reading this that the 2015 money could not be used for COVID-19 because it was money before the COVID-19 came about. My thing to Mrs. G's statement about finding out what you had to do with the money, the 1 point, whatever that was released and the COVID-19 under the 2015 before COVID-19 ever hit. This is my thing. When these recreation centers and these senior centers that RFP went out to them. I got an email that the RFP went out for the recreation, the community centers, and the seniors. The library was supposed to be included in that. What I want to know is if those facilities will be state-of-the-art facilities, because you can't tell me that you need to find out what you need to do with the 1.2 million or 1 million point some odd dollars when all of our community centers are antiquated. All of our senior buildings are antiquated. We need to come up. The technology in those centers need to be up. The centers need to be up. So when you say we had to find what we needed to do with the money, there's already things that you could do with the money. So when those buildings and those RFPs are answered, I expect to see state-of-the-art facilities, Director. There's no other way to look at this because we're shelling out a whole lot of money, and our buildings that our seniors go in and the buildings that our children go in are not state-of-the-art buildings. So I would want to see that, since we had to find out what we needed to do with $1.2 million, and all of our centers are dilapidated and they're almost collapsing here in the city. Done.
I'm sorry. I if I could just clarify one thing.
I'm done.
Council President, I just want to add very quickly to that is, when you come with this plan with the U.S. HUD, it's from the all of this money is from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. And when you come to the public with just one bullet point of, we're going to give $450,000 of public funding to improve parks, playground equipment replacement at various city parks. You don't even tell us which city parks, what playgrounds are going to be improved, nothing. So Ms. G, I guess you have that in your notes. Can you share that with us this evening as to which parks are going to be improved? So what type of playground equipment is going to be replaced? Can you tell us that today?
I actually could, and Maria Richardson probably could give you a better.
No. You just said you could. You tell me.
There are over 35 parks where Maria have identified that we need to make.
I'm just talking about the $450,000. How is that going to be spent, line item by line item? $450,000. That's what you put up here. That's what council to approve tonight.
I would just, if I could just clarify one.
To answer your question.
If I could just clarify one statement regarding what this resolution is for, we're not awarding any contracts with this. This is just a technicality for HUD for us to be able to move money around in our annual action plans so that we can use this money to allocate to actually enter into contracts with people after we procure it out. This is just for us to get permission to move money.
Okay, but what I'm saying to you is, if I came to a budget committee of any size or a board to say, I'm going to use $450,000, I'm going to spend $450,000 on parks and improvement, I should be able to be prepared to say what parks I'm going to be spending that money and what equipment I'm going to be purchasing, period.
Absolutely. Maria, would you like to do it?
I'm asking, which parks and what equipment?
Would you please allow me to answer that question, Councilwoman Vaughn?
No, I asked Ms. G.
Okay, so I guess that you don't need an answer. Thank you.
No, Maria. Excuse me. I asked Ms. G.
Maria, I have our spreadsheet right here. This is light work for me. There's actually $200,000 set aside for gut rehab of the Grant Avenue Park. The Recreation Department presented us with a list
wait a minute, for the Great Grant Park and $200,000 to the Great Grant Park.
No Grant, not Great Grant Avenue. Grant Avenue Park, not Great Grant Park. Those are two different facilities.
Okay. Go ahead.
And then there's an extensive list of almost every park in the city where the Recreation Department did an assessment of all the various parks in the city to analyze what the needs were. So, I mean, I can read them all off for you. Columbus Park, Edgewood Park, Franklin Park, Garfield Park.
In all fairness, right? And for transparency and visibility, not just for me, but for the residents and taxpayers of the city. Yeah, I would want that detailed spreadsheet attached to attachment A. So under parks, improvements, and playground and equipment, it should have those line items that you just eloquently described. And that would also be done for the Carver Y. For the $275,000, what, you're going to do an acquisition and needs assessment?
No, all right, no, Councilwoman, $250,000 is for the acquisition, right?
Okay, but my point is that
$25,000 is just a small amount to study what the future needs are for the repairs, the rehab of the building, and legal work. That's the $25,000, but $250,000 is for the acquisition, which council just authorized recently by ordinance.
Mm-hmm. And okay, And then the but I would definitely want to see the detail of the park improvements and playground equipment replacement at various city parks. And the line item, a more granular account of the improvements that's going to be at the Trenton Free Public Library, the handicapped accessibility, and timeframes of that delivery, when it's going to be actually complete, the project. And the public facilities improvements at the Roebling Wireworks, $460,000. Mr. Delisle, can you tell me any more about that?
Yes.
The public facilities improvements at the Roebling Wireworks?
Sure. I'm sure you're familiar with the building.
Yep.
So this is for to preserve it as a public facility, as a public space. It needs windows. It needs some roof work. It needs heating and ventilation. It needs bathroom improvements. So these are all improvements to the facility.
Okay. And so you're going to put out RFPs for folks to come in and do that work?
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, Council, and so the numbers here that you allocated, did you do a feasibility study? How do you come out with the cost estimate? How did you derive at the cost estimates?
The cost estimate?
You say, okay, the playground and improvements, you say $450,000. How did you come up with that number?
Well, we had the grant is a fixed amount. We had to allocate it amongst different projects. Certainly, there's far more needs in the city than 450 for parks, but this is the amount that we could allocate it to it out of the 2015 grant allocation.
So I'm just saying, who was the project manager who did the cost assessment?
May I answer that question, Maria Richardson? I'm allowed to answer the question.
The 1.3 million. How did we land at these numbers?
Farah, do you want to?
Yeah, sure.
Jump in on that?
The city has in our department, as the administrators of the federal block grant, we have a wish list of things that we would like to allocate funding to. Each year, we add different things to the list that we would like to see fixed throughout the city. And when there's available funding, we go through the list and see what we can get done. What's feasible for us to get done right now at this time with X number of dollars that we have on hand.
No, that's not my question. My question is, how do you perform the cost analysis to determine that it's going to cost $450,000 to do all the, is $450,000 enough to cover, or is it over, to cover the park improvements and playground equipment? How did you come up with that?
May I respond to the question?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Okay, in the year 2000, in the middle of 2018, the Department of Recreation conducted a recreation needs assessment citywide. So we identified basically 63 parks in the city, 62 parks in the city that need improvements, and 23 playgrounds. Out of all 23 playgrounds in the city, only one meets code. So we need to perform renovation and improvements in 22 playgrounds throughout the city. No, $450,000 is not going to pay even for 10% of the job that we need to do. But as we prepare a master plan to address all the issues identified and diagnosed during the assessment, right, we continue to look for different funding sources. CDBG monies were available to improve and enhance facilities that are for public use, and that's why we are getting the $450,000. But no, that is just a chip of.
So what I'm asking, all right, let me do. Hey, Maria, Director Richardson, what I'm asking is, you stated that $200,000 is going to go to Grant Park, right?
Correct.
So $200,000 is going to go to Grant Park. So what specifically, did you hire an organization to come out to do an assessment of the work that has to be done, whether it's a build up of a basketball court or beautification of the landscape? I don't know.
All of the above, Councilwoman.
I know, but I'm asking you, what I'm asking you is,
Yes, I understand your question.
Okay, very good.
At the present time, we have a consultant on board that helps us make those determinations, right? But as a parks and recreation specialist that I am, and an engineer that I am able to do those assessments as well. So I can go to a park and specifically say, okay, this park needs this type of improvements, and I can estimate what the cost of those improvements are going to be. However, it's when we go out for bid that we determine how much exactly the cost is going to be, right?
Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm saying. I think that okay, so it's an estimated budget.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. The budget only becomes a final budget. Honestly, the budget only becomes final in constructions when the constructions are completed. Mm-hmm. Because a lot of different things can happen in the middle of construction, as you can see in the docket tonight with the different amendments and change orders. That's just the nature of this type of contracts.
Okay, so these are very high level estimates here. Okay.
Not really, because if you think about it, just to replace damaged equipment in one small part.
Well, you're not going to really know until you get whoever the playground equipment replacer is. That company comes out and he may say, you know what, you said it was going to cost $200,000. He may say, oh, I'm sorry, it's going to cost $350,000.
That is correct.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, that this is very high level because you have not done that piece of the work.
No, we can only do that piece of the work when we actually have secured the money and go out for RFPs.
Yeah, okay, that's what I'm saying. We haven't gone out to RFP yet.
No, not at all.
And so Sarah G, we haven't gone out to RFP. Is that a requirement of HUD to go out to RFP or to the grantee and have them apply before the allocation is set?
Councilwoman, you're going out of the scope of the resolution.
No, I am not going out of the scope of the resolution. And Council Vice President, can you not jump into my time?
Well,
So I'm just asking a question. Sarah G, can you tell me?
I'm chairing the meeting right now.
No. I'm asking a question. Excuse me? I am asking a question. It's not a question that I can't ask. So back to my question. Ms. G, so yes. Does HUD requires before an allocation is made of this funding that RFP should be accepted?
No, they don't.
They do not.
They do not. No, but what we're back to the original scope of this resolution is just to allocate the funds so that we can move it in the HUD CPD IDIS system.
So
we're still going to go before you.
When do you expect to start advertising to the public so that folks can start submitting their RFPs for these projects?
We're going to, as soon as we can get this substantial amendment approved by HUD, we will put these out to bid. The things that need to go out to bid, they will be put out to bid. So, for example, the acquisition, the $250,000, we already have a contract for that. That doesn't need to go out for bid. But when we do an assessment, we'll have to put that out to bid to hire professional service. The parks, it's playground equipment. So I believe that we already have a quote because it was procured, based on the federal requirements already that Maria had a quote for. So depending on what the project is, we'll put it out for RFP.
I thought all HUD funding had to go out to RFP.
It's not true. If we're procuring something like actual job or the fix a building, yes, it has to be procured based in federal standards. But we can revisit this again, but even during COVID, it is our choice to make things as transparent as possible. So when we do an RFP for our public services dollars, which is based in our 20% cap of how much of our annual allocation we can spend on CDBG for third parties or public services, we choose to make that transparent so that we don't have people questioning, our decision-making process. We want people to be able to apply for the money, and then we have a selection committee and it's all scored and, it's very transparent, but we choose to do that. It really isn't a requirement.
I thought all public money in government has to go out to bid. But anyways, thank you, Council President.
Mr. Barry, want to move on?
Yes, 2323 has a first and a second. Are we ready for the vote?
Yes.
Mr. Blakely?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn?
No.
Council Chair Caldwell-Wilson?
Yes.
This resolution is passed. The next one is, for a roll call, is 20-324. Resolution approving and authorizing the execution of a purchase and sale and redevelopment agreement with the Community Asset Preservation Corporation for certain city-owned property commonly known as 74, 76, and 82 Hart Avenue within the North Clinton Avenue redevelopment area. Do I have
So moved.
Second.
Moved by
I have a question on this.
second by Mr. Harrison.
I have a question, Council President.
Yes.
This says redevelopment. So is this is a redevelopment? Is this public property and redevelopment property?
This is for the sale of city-owned property, yes.
Okay. In the redevelopment area.
Yes.
Right.
So was it not supposed to come to council?
No.
It did come to council.
You mean now?
No, you designated them previously. We negotiated the agreement, and now we're coming back to council for authorization to sign the agreement.
Okay, I'm sorry, Ben. Let me see. My bad if that's the case, because I don't remember this one at all.
Yes, it is.
I don't remember this property at all. Which property is this? 72, 74 North Clinton Avenue?
Yep, it was the March 19th meeting.
This is not the center, is it?
The center? No, this is three little abandoned single-family homes on Hart Avenue.
And these are, and who's the redeveloper on there? Who's the signed redeveloper?
The Community Asset Preservation Corporation. They're connected or involved or part of the East Trenton Collaborative.
Okay, so where are they now? Where are they in the process?
Well, we finished the negotiation of the redevelopment agreement. We're hopeful that council will authorize the execution of it, and then we'll work on transferring the three properties to them for them to rehab them for affordable housing. It should take 6 to 8 months to do the work.
But we never got anything as to the specs on what they're going to be doing and what they're going to be redeveloping over there.
It's the rehab of 3 single-family homes.
I understand. I'm sorry that, but again, as you just stated, we assigned this organization as the redeveloper, but during that time period, they were supposed to give us a plan of what they're going to be doing with the properties. And they're talking, right? Did we get those plans?
They provided an application prior to the March meeting, because that's what the plan, they gave us the plans. We designated them, or the council designated them in March, And then we negotiated the agreement. Now we're coming to council with the agreement that's been finalized for authorization.
I'm sorry, but I never seen
Councilwoman, they gave us plans. They gave us plans.
I haven't seen the plans. I haven't seen them, Marge.
Well,
I haven't seen them. I don't know. I don't know if anybody, I never gotten them, Mr. DeLisle.
When you say plans, are you looking for architectural plans?
Yes.
They don't have to do that.
Oh, really? On the redevelopment, when we got the other redevelopers, they gave us plans. How many units they're going to have? Who's going to be in those units? Absolutely, we got that information.
Well, So
if that information was provided, then I didn't get it, I don't know. I didn't get it. So all I'm saying to you is, since when do we not get renditions and plans from developers on property? And they got to tell us, what type of apartments they're going to be or homes they're going to be providing, whether it's in what class of homes they're going to be, affordable, low income.
Affordable. They came to council.
No, Vice President, it's not the time to do that. Again, I didn't get a document. I didn't get any information. That's what I'm saying. If somebody else got that, please let me know. Did we get that information, Council President? Did we get that information?
Hello, I'm back. I apologize, but I had to step out for a second. Can you hear me, guys?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, so I missed something because I wasn't in the room.
You missed the last vote, I think, and then also now we're in the middle of talking about a redevelopment project over here on North Clinton Avenue that we never got plans for.
I think that we were supposed for the redevelopment on Hart Avenue. Is that what we're talking about now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so once it goes into an agreement, we should see the agreement before it comes to the docket. But I don't think that we ever saw the agreement, and I think that it was just added onto the docket. And as the redevelopment authority, we have the right to see the agreement before it comes to the docket. That's where I'm at with that. So I don't know if
Council President, the agreement was attached to the resolution, and it was reviewed.
I'm going to be clear again.
Wait a minute. By the attorney.
Too many people talking at one time.
But excuse me, I was asking for the plans. I never seen the plans. How do we get from before we get to the agreement? We got to see the plans, and then we can determine agreement. Because the council never provided input into the plan. You never solicit our inputs. And we never had the opportunity to provide them because we never received a plan, and we never had a meeting around the plan. We should have had an executive session around the plan, and that was never done.
Respectfully, Councilwoman, this is the rehab of 3 existing small...
Well, it doesn't matter. It's still redevelopment. We still got to follow the process. We still have to follow the process, so that process doesn't apply because it's 3 buildings. It's redevelopment. It's public property.
Councilwoman, we are absolutely following the process. This project is a very small project. There are not architectural renderings and drawings and site plans for the rehab of 3 single-family homes.
Yes, there is an architect. There is an architect. I want to see, Mr. DeLisle, sorry, but I'm going to yield the floor to my other colleagues, but I want to see the architectural plans for the 3 buildings. I built a addition on my home, and I still had to have plans. Don't tell me how small the project is. I don't care how small it is. It's public property. It's development property. We need to see those architectural plans and what they're planning on doing with those properties. Get out of here. Get out of here. Come on now.
Okay, so...
This is so disrespectful. This is so disrespectful.
Do we not have them?
So disrespectful.
Do we not have them? Do we not have them?
Councilwoman, we do not have renderings for the rehab of 3 single-family homes. Whatever is provided when we get to planning board, zoning board, construction permits, I'd be happy to provide for you. But I'm not going to have a nonprofit developer come in with all sorts of renderings and spend money for rehab when they don't know that they're going to get approved by city council because we go through this kind of stuff.
Okay. Hey, Mr. Delisle, when we did the Cook School, we had presentations.
Cook School and 3 houses is world apart.
Well, again, follow the process. The process is what it is. And if you want to cut corners with the process of redeveloping the property, you go to the Attorney General's office and then you talk to them. We're not, the nonprofits got to follow the law just like everybody else.
We are following the process.
Again, show me. I don't care. I don't care what. I don't care. It's still, I want to see those renderings. I want to see what you're doing with the. I want to see those designs.
All right. So
Councilwoman, we have absolutely folled the process. We received an application. We put it before council for designation. We negotiated an agreement.
They can vote on this, but again.
Came back to council with, we had the council's attorney, John Hoffman, review the agreement. He reviewed both the agreement and the resolution, gave an opinion that they were appropriate for consideration by council, and we're asking for for authorization to execute the agreement. Once we do that, we will proceed with the project. There is absolutely nothing here that has been wrong or improper.
I didn't say what was wrong. All I'm asking you is for the design.
The attorney general.
At the nonprofit, whoever you allowing to go over there and build out these 3 properties, they don't have to submit those. And I will say that's incorrect. They do have to submit them because eventually they're going to have to submit them. I don't want to wait till it goes to the zoning board. I want to see them.
So can we move forward? Is there anyone else that has any questions on this particular resolution? Okay, so Mr. Berry,
yes,
move to a vote.
There's a first and a second. I need to go to a vote. Mr. Blakely.
Yes. What resolution are we on?
We're on 2324. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn? Ms. Vaughn?
I'm not passing a vote on this at all.
Okay. No vote. Councilwoman McBride?
Yeah, so the only question, the note that I had here on my resolution 20-324 was why weren't we given the opportunity to go over this agreement with our redevelopment attorney before it was submitted for the docket? That is the question that I have here, and that process didn't occur, and a lot of time has been spent on this particular resolution, and so I'm going to vote no because I feel as though the director needs to get this information to us, and so we will have an opportunity. If this information had come to us prior to this docket, then Councilwoman Vaughn would not have to ask these questions out. We could have asked them in an executive session with our attorney, and we could have submitted the questions to the Director Blau and got his answers before we got here. So because I'm feeling like that should have occurred, I will vote no for this resolution. And in the future, hope that the agreement come to us in time enough to review it with our attorneys. Thank you.
Okay. Roll call on 20-325. Resolution authorizing temporary unity.
Go back to 324. Mr. Berry, did it pass or fail?
Yeah, it passed.
On redevelopment property, it has to be 2/3 of the vote, right? No?
It is. No. It is.
It is.
If it's 4 votes, it passes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay, going back to 20-325, resolution authorizing temporary utility fund appropriations prior to the final adoption of the FY 2021 municipal utility budget of the city of Trenton, New Jersey. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second. Second by Mr. Blakely. Ready for the vote.
We're on 20-325.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Berry, could you please read the resolutions off onto the record as they are numbered 20-325?
Yes, that's what I said. You want me to read it again?
No. No. I said the number.
Yeah, dash 20-325. Are you ready for the vote?
Yes, we are.
Okay, Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Mrs. Caldwell-Wilson?
Good job.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
Yeah.
Go for the vote.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn? Ms. Vaughn?
Councilwoman Vaughn?
Hello?
Yes?
Is this for the appropriation for 2021?
No, this is 20-325.
Yeah, that's it. Yep, yeah. Yes.
Okay. President McBride?
Yes. And Mr. Harrison, whatever you put that ketchup on, if you can't share it, you shouldn't be having it.
20-325 is passed. Moving on to roll call 20-342. Resolution authorizing the award of a contract with the law offices of Dakotas.
Pulled by the administration?
I'm sorry?
That wasn't pulled?
I thought that they could do a service in some other area if they can't do the...
No. That was not the agreement, Mr. Morelli, and you know that.
We'll pull it then, all right?
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay. 20-342 has been pulled by administration. That concludes all roll.
Council President, regarding the 2342, I know that was, I just wanted to ask Mr. Morelli, I didn't see the law firm of,
Yeah.
The law firm up in Woodbridge, what is it?
Willents Golden?
Willents.
There was a 1-year extension of their contract.
Yeah, and the issue that I just wanted to ask, I don't know if Mr. Kaloji brought it forward to you prior to our meeting. We lost our redevelopment attorney and also our bond attorney, Everett Johnson, redevelopment attorney, John Hoffman, because they were both affiliated with the Willents law firm. So what are we going to do? The council now does not have a redevelopment attorney, and we don't have a bond attorney, correct?
Bond attorney is a separate RFP that's being scored now, and it'll be on your next docket. Mr. Hoffman's firm, we are extending for a year, and you have that resolution. You should have that resolution in front of you this evening. Mr. Berry, I'm going to go and look at what number it is, but that should be before you for this evening.
But there were no walk-ons.
No, I put them all on. I saved a space on all of these. And Mr. Berry, did you get that one to extend, Mr. Hoffman?
No, I don't have that.
No, I don't remember seeing that.
I don't.
Okay.
Mr. Morelli,
I did prepare it. I sent it to the DCA, and that meant it didn't come back from DCA. But that was my intention, Ms. Vaughn, to extend his contract for a year, okay? Which we can do.
Now, unfortunately, the council is now without a redevelopment attorney and a bond attorney.
Well, the bond attorney will be appointed at the next meeting. Those are being scored as we speak. Those RFPs came in and will be scored. The redevelopment attorney, I'm very on board with. What's that?
Can we do that on August the 2nd? Bring him back on.
Yeah. I'm definitely going to do that on August 2nd. I prepared the resolution and I sent it to the DCA, and it's all set to go. And Ms. Vignali was very cooperative in getting most of them back to us today. And that was one that she didn't get back, I guess, in time. I thought that was actually on the list tonight. But I'll represent to you, it will be on the list for the August, I think, 6th meeting.
August
the
6th.
4th, I believe it is. I'm not sure.
No,
The first
August the 6th, Thursday.
Yeah.
Thursday, okay. All righty. So, we can move on to the consent agenda.
This concludes the roll call resolutions. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved. So moved.
Moved by Mr. Blakely, second by Mr. Harrison. Mr. Blakely. Mr. Blakely?
Yes.
Mrs. Caldwell-Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn?
Yes.
Council President McBride?
Yes.
Okay, we have one ordinance for first.
Can I have a comment before you keep on going? Ms. McBride?
Yes.
I received an email about a resolution that was going to be walking, authorizing requesting funds to fix up City Hall, the outside of City Hall.
That was Maria. That was Maria's.
It's on the consent agenda.
It's on the consent agenda because
Yes.
I don't have it. I didn't have it. It was supposed to be a walk-in.
Yes.
It was a walk-on. Mr. Mr. Berry,
Yes.
could you
Can you
read that?
clarify that is there?
It's 351.
Yes, 2351. A resolution. A resolution.
351?
Well, whoa. I didn't see that one.
Everybody should have gotten that today. Mr. Kaloji sent it out with an explanation.
It's not mine. Yeah.
No, I didn't get it because the last thing I got from Mr. Kaloji that there weren't going to be any walk-ons.
Right, and then at the 10th hour, Maria can speak to this, but she it wasn't.
Council President, I never received it, and for us to vote on that after there was another proposed walk-on, and we were given strict directives from you that there would be no walk-on. So why are we coming up with an exception when now I'm going to be forced to vote on something that I've never even seen?
Mr. Kaloji was supposed to send it out. This came about, I got a call from Maria Richardson, and I had expressed to them that it would not be any walk-ons today. So this particular resolution is a resolution for them to refund money back from the historic trust preservation fund. So Maria can speak to it, but you did not get that, Councilwoman Vaughn, and that explanation from Mr. Kaloji.
I'm going to my email right now. I may have gotten it, but it must have came in really late that I did not. I haven't checked my email since that period between now and the
right, and I can understand
President McBride?
Yes,
and no, Kathy, it is not in my email box.
So let me.
Wait a minute. It came in at 3:02 p.m.
Yes, let me tell you.
President McBride, would you like me to explain the resolution?
I do, but I still first need to explain to my colleagues when it came on, I expressed to the administration that I had already sent the email out stating that there would be no walk-ons because this docket was full and they know the rules of procedure. I got a call from the director from Recreation, which is Maria, and I expressed the same thing to Maria, and I'm going to let her take it from here.
Thank you, President McBride. Yes, this resolution would allow us to present a proposal for funding to the New Jersey Historic Trust Fund for renovation of City Hall. Unfortunately, the resolution was submitted on May 27th and sent to DCA, but Tina thought that there were problems with the matching funds, so she returned it, right? And so it was today that we had approval. Unfortunately, the New Jersey Historic Trust Fund changed their regulations. We submitted the application, right? But they said that we needed to have a resolution, an adopted resolution, before they actually can open the proposal on August 1st. So although they still have 1 month to grant the money, right, it would not be on time for the next, if we wait for the next meeting, and it's $750,000 that I thought that it was appropriate for us to apply for, since we should be looking for alternative ways of funding. So that's why I took the liberty, I would say, of contacting you this morning and ask you to please allow this resolution on today's docket. Thank you.
So I expressed to Director Richardson that when the administration comes to us at the last minute, it puts us in a bind all the way across the board. One, because the council does not have the time to read the information. The second is because the rules of procedure is just that. They're rules. We can't go to any director. We can't call any director. We have to follow the rules of procedure. And so the administration has to follow the rules of procedure. I expressed that to Mrs. Richardson. Mrs. Richardson was stating that we will lose the $750,000 because it was time sensitive. So I called Mr. Kaloji up and I asked Mr. Kaloji if he would get the resolution out to everyone and give them the explanation as to why we wanted to walk this on. And it was very, very late in the day. And so if the council does not want to accept this walk on, they do not have to, because it was presented at the last minute.
Council President, Edward.
Well, I like to move that we accept that resolution.
Excuse me, Mr. Rodriguez. Mr. Pelosi was speaking.
Yes, very briefly. Sorry to interrupt you, Councilman. I hope I didn't. Earlier on in the day, the council president asked me to communicate to the council there would be no walk-on resolutions, and I did that around 12-ish. I'm looking for the exact time of the email, but at 3:01 p.m., I sent another email to all council people, Mr. Morelli and Mr. Cohen, indicating that following my last email, the council president requested me to advise that only resolution 20-351, quote, authorizing application and acceptance of a New Jersey Historic Trust Preservation Fund capital grant to conduct rehabilitation work for the exterior of City Hall, end quote, will be entertained as a walk-on resolution tonight based upon the fact that it is time sensitive and the city will realize significant grant funds from its timely passage. So that went out to everyone, Mr. Morelli and Mr. Cohen, and all the council people at 3:01. I have no indication Ms. Vaughn didn't get it. I certainly don't dispute, her indication, but it did go out.
So what I would like to say before this, before anybody even make a motion for this, I would just like to say to the administration that we can't do this. We can't do it because the information cannot be processed within 2 hours time. And so the fact that I sent an email out stating that there will be no walk-ons, and then I had to turn around and accept the walk-on based on a time sensitive, that can't happen. It cannot happen. And so I know when we're dealing with DCA, things sometimes is not within our control, but you put this council at a serious disposition. And with that, if anybody would like to move the motion to walk it on.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Colwell-Wilson, Moved and second by Mr. Harrison. Are we ready for a
That's
vote?
Blakely.
I'm sorry, Mr. Blakely. You sound like Mr. Harrison. Are we ready for the vote?
Yes.
Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Mrs. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Let it go on.
No.
Council President McBride.
No, I'm going to vote no based on the fact that it should not have been presented at the last minute.
2351 did pass. We have one bond ordinance for first reading, 20-43. Bond ordinance providing for various 2019 acquisitions and improvements to the sewer utility of the city of Trenton in the county of Mercer, state of New Jersey, appropriating $960,000, therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $960,000 bond or notes of the city to finance the cost thereof. Is there a motion to introduce this ordinance?
So moved.
So move.
Moved by
Second.
Council Wilson and second by Mr. Harrison. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Mrs. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
No.
Ms. Vaughn.
I just want to say something about this bond. This bond is being introduced by the Trenton, the Department of Water and Sewer, correct? The Department of Water and Sewer, correct?
Sewer.
Mm-hmm. Now everybody in our city knows that a lawsuit was filed by the DEP based on the fact that the city council has taken a position to not approve a certain set of bonds that had a face value of like $83 million. Now here we are, the Trenton Waterworks is going to come, the Director Smith is going to introduce, along with, I guess, the approval of the business administrator and the mayor, introduce a bond. So this is just, I can't even find the word for it. But right now, until that lawsuit is ruled upon by the courts, there should not be any bonds placed on this docket for the Department of Water and Sewer. That's the reason. If we are holding $83 million worth of bonds that the Water and Sewer says is critical to their process. DEP has filed a lawsuit to try to move the process along because the two entities, the council and the Department of Water and Sewer is at an impasse. And here we are entertaining the mayor and the business administrator allows the department heads to put bonds on the docket when the city is in the middle of a lawsuit about bonds about this same department, the Department of Water and Sewer. So that should be, this should not even be voted on. It should be pulled. It should not have ever made the docket. We're in a lawsuit with our regulator about this very topic. Whether or not the Department of Water and Sewer is fiscally stable to take on more debt. And here we are just going to disregard the lawsuit, disregard where we are with trying to get an understanding as the financial position of Trenton Waterworks, and we're going to push a bond forward.
I'd like to make a comment.
I will not be voting on this at all. I'm not even going to consider it. I'm done.
Madam President, I'd like to make a comment.
No, Mr. Cruz, we're in the middle of a vote. Please.
What are you doing?
Move forward.
Go fast.
I would like to say something.
So where's the vote at? I need to know where the vote is at.
Mr. Blakely, yes. Mrs. Caldwell-Wilson, yes. Mr. Harrison, yes. Mr. Rodriguez, no. Mrs. Vaughn, no, a no vote.
And McBride is a no. Miss McBride.
Oh, I wanted to say something because this is a sewer bond ordinance. Damn it.
McBride
It's
is a no
part
vote.
of the Department of Water and Sewer.
Miss McBride's a no vote, okay.
Yes.
I'd like to say something.
No, I'm going to move on.
For council members to think that a water jet sewer cleaning truck is a waste, it's absolutely ridiculous.
Mr. Cruz, you cannot be disrespectful like that. I did not yield the floor to you.
Ridiculous.
This ordinance is not approved on its first reading.
It failed.
That's what I just said. It's not approved on its first reading. Madam President?
Yes, we need to move on to open up for public comment.
Can I have a motion?
Yes.
Motion moved by Ms. McBride. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Mr. Blakely?
Yes.
Mrs. Caldwell-Wilson?
I'm sorry, I can't.
You got some feedback.
This is for public comment.
There's a lot of...
It's to go into public. Mr. Harrison?
I can't hear you, Mr. Bird. What did you just say?
This is the vote to go into public.
Okay.
Yes.
I say yes.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn?
Yes.
Council McBride?
Yes.
Before we go into open, Mr. Thompson will give us more instructions for those who have waited so long to get into the meeting.
As a reminder, this meeting is being recorded. For those of you who have joined the meeting using the Microsoft Teams application, we ask you to, at the conclusion of your comment, please click the hand icon to lower the hand and click the microphone icon to mute yourself. For those of you who have dialed into the meeting, please press *6 to mute yourself, again, to reduce background noise and feedback. When it is the appropriate time to make a comment, please unmute yourself by pressing *6. When you have concluded your statement, please press *6 to mute yourself again. We ask that you be respectful of time and cordial.
Thanks, Mr. Thompson. Please state your name and address for the record. You have up to 10 minutes to speak. Hands yet. People trying to unmute themselves. See anything? Nope. Is there anyone out there who wishes to speak?
Yes, President.
I got somebody.
Evangeline.
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Evangeline Yukorji Ahmed, Southport resident on Otherline Street. I just wanted to say on behalf of the public, my fellow Trentonians, that it's really unconscionable, this prevailing culture of anger at being asked questions of accountability to the administration, a lack of an answer to the council people, let alone to those of us who are not elected. But I dare say it is our taxpayers' monies that are on the line, and there will be consequences to pay. Whether the current administration recognizes that or not, there will be consequences to pay. This culture of lack of accountability and feigning anger and being asked common sense questions of accountability has to stop. And this is across the board for all of the resolutions. I've been listening and paying attention, and so is Trenton. Thank you kindly. I'll rest my case for now.
Thank you.
Yes, I had to step out to use the facilities, and I was questioning the 20-324 resolution. Did it pass or did it fail? It's on the properties from 74, 76, and 82 Hart Avenue.
It passed, Madam President.
Thank you.
Anyone else? We've got one hand raised. Guess they changed their mind. There we go. Come on.
Hello?
Yes?
Eddie Perez, 566 Hamilton Avenue. Is there any plans for any citywide testing for COVID?
That would be a question for the health director, but because I wouldn't have the answer for that at all.
Would you like me to answer?
Yes. Yes, you can.
Yes, so the testing capability of the city has been interrupted. The county had been doing all of the testing up until the end of June, and they have pulled back their resources.
Yeah, I understand that. What's stopping the city from using their resources?
Chelsea, to mute yourself. She went mute. Tell Director Ali to mute yourself.
Director Ali, you need to unmute now.
Hello?
I'm sorry. I didn't realize I had been muted. So we are in the process of looking to where we will get testing from this point forward. The county has pulled back their resources. They had to do that, I imagine. They have people who are going back to work. Most of the testing had been provided by volunteers from their various departments, and so they're pulling back. Henry J. Austin is going to begin testing. I'm hoping that they will be up and running in another week or so, and the testing will occur on their property. Beyond that, I believe that the state of New Jersey is going to step in and provide us with 3 months of testing. That's going to take another month or so to get up and running. So that's the information that I have at this point.
But from my understanding, when I've reached out to all different governments...
Sir, if you want to make a statement, make the statement. The director, I did allow her to answer your question. That's normally not permitted. So if you have a question to ask, please ask it.
Okay, I'm new to this, and I just noticed that you guys have a lot of funding for different projects within the city, and I don't understand how when there's a nationwide pandemic, when there's people dying, that we're still relying on outside governments to help us in a time of need. I really think that we need to focus some of the funds that you guys have available to test the whole city, and something that's a lot more effective than spending $1 million on 1,000 tests, which is all that. From what I've seen, that's all you guys spent. You spent $1 million on 1,000 tests for the police and other government officials. I don't understand how $1,000 per test, that doesn't add up to me. I inquired what the costs were, and it was supposedly $7 per test, including the lab fees. So
your numbers are wrong, sir. We only the tests were about $100 a piece.
How much?
About $100 a piece each.
Wasn't there $1 million approved in council last time?
Yes, but not all that money was spent on testing. In fact, none of it was spent on testing. The county government provided the testing. The city did not pay for it. The city did not pay for it. The county paid for it. Oh, let me back that up. The city paid for the initial testing for the first responders. The pop-up sites and the sites at South Broad Street and Quaker Bridge were covered by the county.
Okay, how much did the city pay for those initial tests?
I don't know. I think it was a little over 200,000.
200,000.
I believe so.
Okay, so I've reached out to, like, I personally had to go get tested almost an hour from here 2 days ago. Somebody I'm close to was positive. I'm still waiting for a result. I just don't understand why I have to go an hour away to get tested. And if we know that apparently our president doesn't care about us. Apparently he doesn't care about any sanctuary city or any blue state. We're not getting the funding we need. Things are getting pulled back. Why can't we allocate any money to make sure that our city is safe and it doesn't become an epicenter? Everybody's out and about, like everything's normal again, and no one's been tested. And if we have money to fix, our own light building, the wireworks, why can't we have money to get tested with the city limits?
So most of the monies that we have been talking about.
Director Ali.
I'm sorry. My apologies.
And just to add to the rest of this is, June 1st, about over 100 Latino merchants came to City Hall and spoke directly with the mayor about the status of how the police enforcement is going on and the lack thereof. And we have not seen a change. Over 12 have been shot since June 1st. And I haven't heard anything in this council meeting addressing the state with police folks and what's going to be done to fix the issue. Nothing's been fixed. None of the citizens have gotten any type of support from the police to apprehend the people that doesn't believe it.
What am I hearing?
I think within the police force, and I don't hear any of this going on with the council. Is there any plans for anything to be addressed as far as the security?
His connection.
His connection is weak.
I can't hear anything you're saying.
His connection is very weak. He's fading in and out.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Basically, my question is, with everything that's gone on since the looting, all the shootings, and the lack of presence of the police force, is there any plans within City Council to find any justification on how the city is right now? Anything to fix the crime, the policing within the city limits? Hello?
I can hear you, sir. It was just that you're getting some feedback.
Yeah, you got background noise.
Yeah, so that's I just want to know why we're not addressing any of this within the council meeting. And that's it. Thank you.
Got anybody else? Is there anyone else? Last four digits, 3882. Do you wish to speak? Okay.
There's nobody else.
Seeing no one else, Madam President?
I move to close public comment.
Second?
Second.
Ms. Vaughn, second. Mr. Blakely?
Yes.
Mrs. Caldwell-Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn?
Yes.
Council President McBride?
Yes.
We are now out of public. It's time for your civic comments.
Councilman Blakely.
Everyone, enjoy your summer. Take care.
Thank you. Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson.
Enjoy your 4th of July weekend. Be safe.
Councilman Harrison.
Yep, happy 4th of July, everybody, and be safe.
Councilman Rodriguez.
Be safe for the weekend.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Yes, I just want to say I concur fully with the gentleman who spoke about some of the priorities that both the administration and the council the mayoral administration and the council should be holding a high priority, and that is the safety and security of our city, and as well as the pandemic, and making sure our citizens are safe and communicating to the citizens what our plans are to achieve those measures, safety and a healthy society. And right now, there's no plans that the administration has put forward for testing in the city. And as we heard here tonight, and who said that? Who said that? If you're going to say something like that, you should say your name.
What was said, Councilwoman?
They said bullshit.
Mr. Thompson, could you tell me where that came from?
See, if you're going to say stuff like that, you should say your name. But nonetheless, I will say again, the citizens they're being truthful. They come here and they stated that they don't know of a plan. They're concerned that there's no testing. The gentleman just told us that he had to drive an hour to get testing. And then somebody yells at BS. So I will say that we need to seriously take a pause, our council, as well as our mayor, and the appointed directors, Director Sawyer, Director Shakira Abdul Ali, and really come and put forward a testing strategy for this city. People's lives are at risk, people's health is at risk, and it's unacceptable to say that we don't have a test plan, that we don't have any testing in our city, that people have nowhere to go, that they have to go outside of our city. To say that, the county is funding it. We have resources here. We're spending $1 million on attorneys. We're allocating funding to playgrounds, but we can't allocate funding to healthcare. We are a city that is 85% people of color who are disproportionately impacted by the virus. And we have our health director, with all due respect to Shakira Abdul Ali, have nothing to say about the way forward in ensuring that the people that she is being paid to support, how are they going to get tested for the virus? And how is she going to ensure that the curve is flattened and remains flattened in the city? And we're not going to experience a spike in the spread of COVID. But they come here, these directors come here and say nothing. And that's just one gentleman, one citizen. And you should assume that it's a whole bunch of those individuals. To not to think otherwise is just, it's just unacceptable. And I'm concerned as a resident of the city that there's no testing. And I've been concerned from day one. If the county was not the solution, and we all know that. They didn't even start testing in Trenton until this council demanded it, and then didn't even roll out a full test platform. So I am saying, Director Shakira Abdul-Ali, as you are the Director of Health and Human Services of this city, that should be your priority right now in this environment, to get the test plan in the city underway. And to work with, I see our citizen Algernon Ward join the call, and work with Algernon to get that underway, so that we don't have this gentleman come back, another citizen come back and tell us that they went an hour away to get tested for COVID. So I will just go on. There is a situation that I want to be addressed. We have another citizen coming to me and saying that they had a horrible experience with our tax collector, and that her house has been pushed into, a lien because they wouldn't accommodate getting her a tax payment, an installment plan to help facilitate her catching up on her taxes that are her tax payments. Now, Mr. Cruz, is the business administrator available and the law director available? So I believe the person's on the line. I don't want to necessarily call name out, but I just want the business administrator to, again, to the process as to when a homeowner in this city comes across hardship and she comes to the tax collector and asks for assistance and not get the help that she deserves. So, Mr. B.A. Cruz, can you speak to that?
I don't, because I don't know anything about it. It came to my knowledge sometime today via the email that she sent, but I am not aware as to what conversation transpired between her and the tax collector, other than the email that she where the resident is making allegations.
Okay, so what can we do to move forward? Because we had a similar issue that happened with another resident, that their property taxes were in arrear and they faced some hardships, and we were able to assist them. Why isn't it? I thought that we kind of understood what the process is when the residents come to the city, to the tax collector office in this situation, and that we have a process that we are agreed to and are obligated to apply and to assist them. And I don't understand why that's not happening.
It depends on the nature of the request and what is permitted for us to do under the law.
Okay, and that's fair. And I believe she's still within that window of the law to have been helped, and it was not given to her. But that's all water under the bridge. Can we move forward? Now that you have the email, Mr. Cruz, and I believe she's still on the line, I just hope after the holiday, you all can work together to get her that installment plan in place, and hopefully help her and ensure and take preventative measures that she does not lose her home or get pushed into some crazy foreclosure process that she can't get out of.
Yeah. All I want to say is that it would be irresponsible for me to make promises to her now when I haven't looked at the actual facts. I promise her that I'll look into it and see what can be done for her if we're permitted under the law. And that's all that I can say tonight.
And that's all we would want you to say, Mr. Cruz. Thank you. And Council President, I have nothing further.
Thank you. I would like to take this time to thank the public for coming onto this call. I would like to thank all the directors for being on this call this evening. And I would also like to thank Mr. Berry and my colleagues. And I hope everyone have a very relaxed summer and enjoy your family, and make sure that you do remember that there is a pandemic out here, and be safe, practice social distancing, and wear your mask when out in the public. Thank you all again. I appreciate you. Your opinion matters. Have a very, very, very blessed holiday. And Mr. Berry, I would like to make a motion to adjourn this meeting.
Second.
Ready for the vote? Mr. Blakely. Mr. Blakely,
Gone.
Ms. Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn,
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye.